Got some chicken and rice, some towel chicken and rice. It was extremely delicious. Hello, towel friends on the Towel YouTube. It is so good to see you. Have you considered the fact that I am a towel? You are also towels. Isn't this a lovely coincidence, ladies and gentlemen? Your towels, I'm a towel. Oh, goodness, it's just the greatest of all possible coincidences. It's so good to see so many of my towel friends. Hello, Peony and Bros and Dewdrops and Vicky and so many others who all were just flying through the chat earlier. Hello again. All right, so my name's Grant Smith Ellis. We got things to discuss. We got things to do, people to talk about, places to go digitally. But before we do any of that, let us say hello. I haven't said hello to you in at least, what? It was like over 13 hours. Now, let's start with the bad news, okay? It's not really bad news. You're not going to see Towel tomorrow, all right? Let's get the news out of the way now. I am taking tomorrow off. It is July 4th. Towel loves America. Now, you might be saying, sir, we are well aware that you love America, and we expected you to take July 4th off. Why aren't you off now? It's technically July 4th in Australia. Well, we have to go by the rules of the clock, all right, folks? And it's not yet July 4th in America. So because it's not July 4th in America, Towel's with you today. But I'm not going to be with you tomorrow because Towel loves America. Now, if there's any debates about this, you can file a complaint with Murder by Maestro. He is not American, but he's my complaint inbox. I just send people to Murder by Maestro if they have complaints. He doesn't actually do anything about the complaints, which is amazing. I don't want him to do anything. I just want people to complain to him and not me. I don't think he volunteered for this role. I just was like, Murder by Maestro, I'm going to send people to you with complaints. Can you be my complaint inbox? I don't even think I told him about this plan. I just did it. You know, that's what happens sometimes, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Kitties 1993. You finished. Good job. You do that. To Kitties, we are taking things slow today, all right? We're taking things slow. We're going to be little towels. We're going to get caught up on the Diddy developments from yesterday. We're going to get caught up on the Kohberger developments. We're going to watch 3 very good videos sent in by the Super Towel Harvard Yard. But first, we're going to talk about what I found this morning related to Jack Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald. Towel did a little bit of a deep dive. You know, Towel has a penchant for doing deep dives. I think it's latent to my fibers, my towel fibers. I like to deep dive into historical records. Happy 4th, Nancy. Towel loves America. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. Something related to America. I'll go to some kind of beach. I don't know. Something patriotic. I haven't quite decided. Maybe I'll get some kind of red, white, and blue snow cone or an ice cream. I don't know. I'm going to have to really think this one through. Maybe I'll get no, I can't get an American shirt. That could violate the flag code. I'll think about this, all right? I love America. LS, you know, I'm not sure because it's the holiday. We can invite Harvard Yard on. And then I'm also willing to, if you want to come on, I'd be willing to entertain potential volunteers for a 30-minute to 60-minute panel later today. So, LS, I love your idea. I love your... Yes, Vicky, that's what we do. We'll smoke a big cigar on July 4th in America. Because this is America. But yes, we'll think about what to do for a panel today. We're going to spend a few hours together. We are not doing a 12-hour stream. If I'm still streaming after 5 or 6 p.m., stop me. Do not allow me to go past 5 or 6 p.m. I am going outside, and I'm going to pretend that I'm in the movie The Sandlot, and I'm going to walk around America and be like, this is America. All right, and I'm going to look at all the people having their little picnics on the street, and then I'm going to walk around, and I'm going to be like, this is America. All right, so I'm going to pretend I'm going to be a Sandlot towel, and I'm going to pretend it's the 1960s or 80s or 90s, and everything's okay, and then I live in America, and people just sit outside in the streets and have their little 4th of July picnics, and then the fireworks go off on the street, and then we all talk about how Babe Ruth's baseball wasn't hit over the fence into the old man's yard. It was actually safe, and then the guy goes on to become an announcer for the Dodgers. Basically, that's what I want to do on the 4th of July. So, okay, yes, it's. I agree, Dewdrops. God bless America. I agree, kitties. We are going to do 4 to 5 hours max today. All right, we are limiting whether or not Towel gets into some elongated explication about Hegel or not. We are stopping after 4 or 5 hours. I'm just laying down the rules just so we all have our expectations set. But yes, I did some great research overnight. All right, I have some things to share with you. Just want to say hello to some folks as they come in. Shut it down at 5 p.m. That you got it. All right, so we've made a decision, ladies and gentlemen. There is a hard stop on today's stream of 5 p.m. Eastern, so that Towel can go walk around America and pretend that I'm in the Sandlot. All right. I have a plan, and I'm going to execute on that plan. But first, we are going to do our updates. We have 2 procedural case-related updates from Diddy yesterday being denied bail. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the sentencing memorandum. We'll talk about Kohberger pleading guilty. We'll watch the video of the new recitation of facts from the state. And then we will watch some videos sent in by Havid Yad. And then if there's a small panel, we will do that. And Murder by Maestro says that because he likes American baseball, he's going to take prednisone. Now, I don't really know how those two things... okay, I understand how they're related. I understand. All right. Well, Murder by Maestro, that's fine. You know, I really think that WADA has some issues. If we want to start talking about enforcement, we got to really deal with WADA, not so much American baseball, but I get what you're saying. Don't we all just want to find our Wendy Peppercorn, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't that what America's all about? At least if you're a towel who's into women. Don't you? Well, you know, I think I'm mostly into women. Don't you just want to find your Wendy Peppercorn? Murder by Maestro, have you ever considered finding a Wendy Peppercorn, and have you ever considered watching the movie The Sandlot? I think you should watch it tonight in honor of America. In fact, I think we should all... I wish we could watch it together, but it's definitely not within... You can watch certain things on YouTube if they release the rights to YouTube, but I don't think Sandlot is on the rights list yet. It might be there soon, because it was like 1983, but it's not there yet. But yes, we have a plan. Vicky Moore... Mostly. You know, it's America. Hello, Ange. We are just welcoming people in, and I'm talking about how we're going to watch, you got it, Steph. Well, I don't know what time I'm going to start it, so we might have to send messages on X, but I'm going to watch The Sandlot later. Well, first I'm going to walk outside and pretend I'm in The Sandlot. And then I'm going to watch The Sandlot and be like, I love America. Because if you ever want to know what the epitome of Pax Americana was, it was The Sandlot. Not the movie The Sandlot, although that was a pretty good time in history. I think it was like 88 or 92, but it might have been 88. But it reflects on an even more idealized, romanticized time in American history. And if you love America, you want to watch The Sandlot. That's definitely the best way to get yourself in the Pax Americana mindset. Okay, so apparently there's a fantastic ventriloquist who has a hot pepper in a stick. I do not know the name of that, but we will look for it. I like the movie Coming to America as well. Not quite as nostalgic as Sandlot, but I get where you're going, all right? Sandlot is basically like the Wonder Years on steroids, all right? You want to talk about on steroids. The Sandlot is the Wonder Years on steroids. It's Pax Americana in every sense of the term. Now, if you're wondering what's going on, well, it's a holiday in America, ladies and gentlemen. It's basically July 4th. We're doing a recap stream of yesterday, covering the Kohberger developments, covering the Diddy developments, and then I have some interesting research I did. Let's dive into it. Once I start, though, Murder by Maestro is just going to be like, this is so interesting, so once I start, I got to go. I mean, like, I have to just start on that, so give me a second. All right, let's do it. So, here's how this started. Murder by Maestro, wait till you see this. You're a super towel. So I was being a little towel, and I was reading this book. You know, the book we were reading on stream. We're not going to read the book right now, but I'm going to bring this up for you, or it won't make any sense, because I'm a little towel. So I'm being a little towel, you know, and I tend to be a little towel, and I'm reading this really interesting book, all right? And this book is about You won't be able to act. No matter how much I zoom in, you will not actually be able to see the text. But I can zoom in on the actual text reader. All right, so I'm reading this really interesting book, all right, about the JFK assassination, and it's by a member of Congress and this researcher. And I'm like, all right, this is going to tell me more about what we had been looking at in recent days, because I had proven that Jack Ruby did not die in Parkland Hospital in January of 67. Jack Ruby died in Miami on December 12th of 1967. And you might be saying, Tal, what does that have to do? Well, it's very important, because Jack Ruby, if he didn't die in Parkland Hospital in 67 in January, but instead lived a free man in Miami from 64, 65, 66, 67, well, then the whole story about JFK is wrong. And also, I was able to link the Intercontinental Penetration Force, which was run by Frank Fiorini, whose codename was Frank Sturgis. I was able to link them to the JFK assassination, because JFK had their unit arrested in December of 62 when they so JFK made a deal with the Soviets after the Cuban Missile Crisis. Well, after the Bay of Pigs, and then we did the Bay of Pigs. Then the Cuban Missile Crisis happened because the Soviets sent missiles to Cuba because of the Bay of Pigs. Kennedy, as part of the Cuban Missile Crisis, negotiated a stand down with the Soviets, and the missiles left Cuba, but we had to stop anti-Castro activities domestically. As part of that, Kennedy had Sturgis's unit of the CIA, the Intercontinental Penetration Force, which was a brigade of the International Anti-Communist Brigade or something, ICAB. IACB, International Anti-Communist Brigade. So Sturgis and this other guy, Patrick Hemming or something, he ended up being important in the whole story. I found all these documents indicating that they were the unit that was deployed to kill Kennedy, and the reason they killed Kennedy was that the mafia had been expelled from after Batista. So the CIA overthrew, and the mafia overthrew Batista because they didn't realize Fidel was actually a communist. They they thought he was more moderate, and so they tried to work with him. Frank Sturgis was the chief of staff for the Air Force under Castro, but they did take him out. They wanted, Meyer Lansky wanted Castro to allow gambling on the island. Castro wouldn't do it. From 59 into 60, he threw them all out. He threw Santo Traficante out, and he threw Frank Sturgis out of Cuba. That infuriated the mob, and it pissed off the CIA too. So the CIA and the mob both had an interest in overthrowing Castro. The mob because Castro stole all Lansky's money in the Cuban banks, and the CIA because he was a communist. All right. So leading up to the Bay of Pigs, Kennedy kind of screws the CIA when he doesn't bail them out, and then at the Bay of Pigs he doesn't save them either. Then the Cuban Missile Crisis happens, and then in December of 62, right after the Cuban Missile Crisis, Kennedy has Sturgis's unit arrested in No Name Key, Florida, as they were preparing another invasion of Cuba without presidential permission. 11 months later, they trained for 11 months in 63 north of Lake Pontchartrain in Louisiana. It was in New Orleans. It was a former CIA base in 59 and 60 that was used to train the Bay of Pigs soldiers, actually. And they trained up until the spring of that year. Lee Harvey Oswald comes into the picture about April to August of 63. The CIA plants him at a fake Fair Play for Cuba committee that it looked like it was pro-Castro. It wasn't. It was started by Norman Mailer, and it was actually a CIA operation. And so the plan, Harvey Oswald, it was really malicious. What they did was, the CIA, so Lee Harvey Oswald was a Marine stationed at El Toro in 54 through 59, and I'll show you the battalion he was in. He was a squad leader. And I think he got, he joined, he was a weird kid. I found his whole file. In high school, his coach wouldn't let the students, the players, lay down on the side of the field if they were hurt or something. And so he got hurt one day, laid down, and the coach yelled at him, and he said it was his right as an American to lay down. And if the coach wouldn't let him do what he wanted to do, he was going to exercise his constitutional rights like to protect his right to lay down, basically threatening the coach. The coach kicked him off the team. Dude was very unstable. I found his whole like DCF for New York record going all the way back to when he was a kid. But anyway, so Oswald in 54 through 59 is at El Toro, and he kind of like does some weird stuff. He kind of like gets caught getting like receiving like Russian material, and so his squad, like his fellow like members of the Marines, are like, "What are you doing?" So they report him. But it's weird. I think that was fake. I think it was cover, because in 59 he reaches out to his mother and is like, "Can you draft up some fake documents about you getting hit in the head with a glass or something? Because I need a hardship discharge." His mother does it for him. He gets the hardship discharge. He immediately goes to the Soviet Union, like immediately. And he definitely has some help from the government getting there. He gets there. He tries to defect, which I think was fake. It was like an attempt to get an operative over there. The Russians like see through it right away and expel him. And he gets sent back to the U.S. He arrives back in, I want to say, March or April of 63. He arrives in New York. He gets help from the CIA to get down to Dallas, or New Orleans, one of the two. I think New Orleans, might be Dallas. And he like starts trying to rebuild his life. It was New Orleans. And what he does, he doesn't get a job at the Texas School Book Depository until like, I want to say maybe August, September of that year. But he's spending time with Sturgis and the Fair Play for Cuba committee before that, and they send him to Mexico City. Why? Because they tried to get, under the cover of the Fair Play for Cuba committee, they tried to get the Cuban embassy in Mexico to issue Oswald a passport, a visa to go to Cuba. They wouldn't do it. The Cuban consulate officials in Mexico would not do it. My guess is they planned to have Oswald have that visa on him when he got caught on November 23rd for shooting the president. And then what gets really wild is that plan didn't work. So when Oswald gets caught, or when Oswald gets ordered by his case handler to go, by the way, he gets arrested a few times, Oswald, in New Orleans. They like set up these fake confrontations where Oswald's pro-Cuban and he has the CIA, there's like CIA agents who pretended to be anti-Cuban people, and they like roughed him up. And so that was his excuse for going to the Mexican consulate, the Cuban consulate in Mexico, to apply for asylum because he was attacked while protesting on behalf of Fidel Castro. Turns out that was all a ruse, and what the FBI was really, or what the CIA was really doing, was they were having Jack Ruby masquerade, because when he would get arrested, he had the CIA case officer's cell phone number, and I'll show this proof to you in a second, in his pocket when he would get arrested in New Orleans. But what's wild is, so after Ruby gets sent at 2:30 p.m. to the Texas School Book Depository, I forget exactly when he reported, earlier in the day or something, 10:30, whatever. He's sent down there. He was not around the 6th floor, though, all right? He was, like, in another area, but he was told to bring a rifle and a bag, and the rifle had been given to him by Fred Sturgis, I'm pretty sure. Like, they had bought it together from a local pawnbroker or something. But anyway, the rifle, he goes down there, and he obviously had the rifle in the bag. And then where it gets a little wild is afterwards, Tibbetts, the police officer that Harvey Oswald shot, was probably a CIA man, because Harvey Oswald probably shot him because Tibbetts was coming to kill Harvey Oswald. Instead, though, Harvey Oswald, being a trained Marine, killed Tibbetts and then went to a movie theater. People always ask, why did he go to a movie theater, Harvey Oswald? He went there because that way the police had to take him alive. Like, there were witnesses. He had just killed a cop. Like, the CIA was gonna get him. They did eventually get him through Jack Ruby. But anyway, so that ties all that together. Now let me show you this file I found, because I was being a little towel, right? I was reading this book, and it mentioned something. It said like some name. Let me see if I can remember. I think it said like there was a very specific name that it said. Oh, Moret. Okay, there was this woman named Moret who was connected to this guy Isaacs, and apparently it like had to do with like communism. There was this guy at MIT who was connected to this woman named Moret, and both of them had some kind of connection to the CIA. All right, so Dorothy Moret is who this book author, who is really good, alleges was in the CIA. So I'm like, I got to go down this rabbit hole and figure out who this person is. And then I also had to figure out a little bit about who Professor Harold Isaac was. And then why was this woman who was connected to Oswald, I think it was his cousin, Dorothy Moret, and she had raised him when he was young. Why was she connected to this guy Isaacs? All right, so I start doing my little towel thing, right? And I get a bunch I run her name. Her name's actually Marilyn Dorothea Moret. Moret. Yeah, it took a little bit to find, but they didn't actually know her name. I think they got it wrong. They said her name was Dorothy Moret. That was a cover. Her name is Marilyn Dorothea Moret, okay? Now, what I did was, I said to myself, like, this woman has to exist. Well, first of all, take a look at this interview, right? So I found this interview with a guy named Mr. DePadro, okay? Now, what's weird is Mr. DePadro was interviewed by, he was a lieutenant in the Marine Corps, and he served at El Toro during the period when Oswald was assigned at that station. Now, so his name is Michael Anthony DePadro. Now, this was a memo from the Internal Security Division. It looks like it's a CIA. No, it's an FBI document. So on 12/3/63, right after the assassination, and there's something just incredibly odd about this. This guy gets interviewed, and he's asked, about whether or not he remembers whether Lee Harvey Oswald was at El Toro. Because this guy retired in '59, and he was stationed though at El Toro during his time in the Marines as a radar officer. Mr. DePadro stated that he has no recollection of any person by the name of Lee Harvey Oswald who served in the U.S. Marine Corps. He said that to the best of his knowledge, he had never heard the name prior to the assassination. He said that while he was in the Marine Corps, he had no time at any enlisted men under him. His duties as an officer were limited to standing watch at El Toro as a radar officer. He said during those watches, there were enlisted men who were on duty and who would come under his supervision, but that this was limited to the shift when he was on duty. He had no other connection with these men. He did not recall anyone that anyone by the name of Oswald was on duty with him at that time. Mr. DePadro went on to state that he is certain that during his time he was in the Marine Corps, he had no time made any report concerning Oswald or anyone else about anything. He is positive that he had never made any statement or report pertaining to his being upset about concerning literature which Oswald or anyone else subscribed to or read. He had no recollection of seeing or hearing anything about this or any other similar matter while he was in the Marines. All right, 12/3/63. Look what this man says on 5/26/64. All of a sudden, he's like, and let me zoom in on this for you, by the way. All of a sudden, this man's like, oh, yes, wait a minute, I have a recollection. Yeah, no, his handler was Tibbets. He went to meet his handler, but they sent Tibbets murder by maestro to kill him. And so he killed Tibbets. And then he went to the theater so that they couldn't kill him after he killed Tibbets. Now, take a look at this. Mr. DePadro was recontacted on May 20th, 1964, at which time it was explained to him that 3 enlisted men who were stationed at the Marine Corps station at El Toro, California, with him have mentioned he had been upset by the literature which Oswald had been receiving, and that he, DePadro, had questioned Oswald concerning the literature. Mr. DePadro affirmed he did recall the Marine Corps enlisted men named Buddy Allen Simcoe, Nelson Delgado, and Irwin Donald Lewis. Mr. DePadro was informed that Buddy Allen Simcoe, upon interview on November 25th, 63, said he vaguely recalled Oswald subscribed to some Russian literature which he received through the Squadron S3 operations office at the Marine Corps station, and that Lieutenant DePadro, being upset by the literature which Oswald was receiving, asked him why he subscribed to the literature, and Oswald replied that it was to practice Russian. Mr. DePadro stated following his interview in this matter on November 28, 63, he had made considerable effort to recall Oswald or any other incidents involving Oswald which might have occurred while he, DePadro, was stationed at El Toro during the period December 56 to March 59. he said he definitely had no recollection of an incident where he corrected anyone for possession of Russian literature, pointing out he was a radar officer, and unlike a Marine Corps officer in the infantry, did not have close contact with the enlisted men who worked in the same facility. He said he now recalled, however, that there was an enlisted... He said he now recalled that there was an enlisted man named Oswald who worked in the Combat Air Control Squadron Center at El Toro. He explained that the enlisted man assigned at this center engaged in radar scanning and plotting of aircraft positions on a large transparent map of that area of California. He further explained that the map actually formed a wall between the scanning room and the rooms in which he, DePadro, was occupied as a radar control officer. He said he seemed to recall an individual whom he believed was Oswald who used to work with the radar scopes in the scanning room. He recalled the individual as being very thin, possibly 5'10", tall, with blonde crew-cut hair and fair complexion. It was his recollection this individual was left-handed and that he was talented in drawing and had drawn a squadron emblem which DePadro and another officer had designed for the squadron. Mr. DePadro stated he could recall nothing further which might relate to his knowledge of Lee Harvey Oswald. Brah. Wait till you see what else they talk about here. But this man, they sent... Oh, yeah, Alley 90211, and it's not just that. I found something. We pretended that there was no knowledge of Oswald's movement. I found the full file on him. I found the HQ file, unredacted and extract and declassified. And I want to show one more thing, though, because there was other stuff. This is the real smoking gun. It's very hard to read, but I'm going to read it for you because I can actually see it. This is the smoking gun. It's from the Congressional Committee, but there's a little more we have to talk about as well, okay? So the other thing that really really had me intrigued was there was that mention of those two professors, right? Or that professor who was tied to that woman who was a CIA officer. The last name was Isaac. Well, look at this. Look at this. So at some point in 1963, okay, in Oswald's contacts book, he has a Special Services, 42 Franklin Street, New York, worth and with the number Mr. Isaacs. Investigation reflect that Michael Isaacs, aka Martin Isaacs, and Michael Isaacs worked for Special Services at the Department of Welfare located at above. Hugh, traveler's aide, assisted Oswald and wife by transporting them to above address from the ship Madame and for a loan and continuing their travel to Dallas. Okay, and then it says Bill Stuckey interviewed him in New Orleans after his return from the Soviet Union. This is the proof that Oswald was CIA, okay? When he got back from Russia, he was on a boat, all right? So, these are all like his like contacts in his book. But if you look more at the record, Oswald took a boat back to the United States from Russia. It was called the Madame. And then if you take a look right here, this is it. When he got back, this is the proof. It's the smoking gun, another one. This is the proof that when Oswald got back, he went and contacted the Department of Welfare, which has an Office of Special Services, and then his handler was somebody who knew that Isaacs guy at MIT and was related to this cousin that raised him. Okay, so there's the connection. Now, of course, this wasn't that hard to find, right? But you really have to know what you're looking for. Now, there's something that's even more interesting, right? So I told you there was another memorandum that was a little bit harder to read, but is the smoking gun. All right, so I'm going to read. This is to Lee Franken. So he was the ranking memo of the congressional committees that would go on to investigate the assassination. And so part of the reason why I was so interested in this document is it's very hard to read, all right? I'm going to bring it up on your screen in a way that makes it a little more legible. But it was scanned almost as if to hide it, right? And I know, okay, if somebody's doing something like that, it's because they don't want, like, the public, they're releasing it, but they don't want people to read it. So I, being a little towel, I realized what this said. And it's to J. Lee Rankin from Charles H. Schaefer, Jr. I have this date been informed that Richard Nixon, this first part isn't, it seems explosive, but it's not the real explosive part. I have this date been informed that Richard Nixon was in Dallas, Texas on November 21st, the day before the assassination of our late president, in connection with a speaking engagement before a bottlers convention. And while in Dallas was registered at a hotel under a fictitious name. This information, while interesting, really has no relevancy to the commission's inquiry. Its importance seems to be in showing the type of information which is available to us. And remember, this is from March 4th, 64. This is within months of JFK being killed. Although through the same sources who states he has recently spoken with various police officials in Dallas, I have recently been informed. 1. Jack Ruby gained entry into the Dallas police station with the consent and knowledge of a specific but unnamed police officer. Oswald, on at least one occasion, was arrested in Dallas by the city police and had on his person a piece of paper bearing a telephone number concerning which Oswald was reluctant to furnish information, but finally passed it off as belonging to some girlfriend. The telephone number, however, was subsequently checked out by arresting officers and belonged to an employee of a well-known government agency, CIA. Okay. Certain officials at the Dallas police feel that the investigation inquiring into a possible assassination plot has not been as extensive as it should be. In connection with this, our source has been given the name Doc Marino, remember that, as a person who should be checked out further as possibly the connecting link between Jack Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald. It turns out to be Sam Giancana and the mob and the CIA. I have discussed this with Mr. Herbert, who tells me the investigation to date has turned up a Doc, last name unknown, but no Marino. I am preparing a letter for your signature to the Bureau regarding an indices check on this individual. The thinking among the police and investigator types in Dallas now is that our late president was not assassinated through an international or communist plot, but rather through the efforts of the underworld. As this thinking is explained to me, it is apparent that their assessment of Ruby and their ascription to him of an encounter of an executioner type role causes members of that group to draw this conclusion, and they were right. Okay. Now, let me show something interesting. Did you remember that? Now, this was really hard to read, but obviously I got everything from it. Remember that Marino, that name Doc Marino? Well, look what Little Towel found. Look what Little Towel found. How interesting is this? I was looking into something about La Cosa Nostra, and look what we find, ladies and gentlemen. What is this? And this isn't all of it, right? But it's a name Marino, okay? Connected with La Cosa Nostra. His name's Angelo. And then what is this? Hold on a second. Hold on. And what's this? In an FBI file related to, it looks like it's related to, hold on, let me give you, it's related to Anthony Giacconi, whose last name was Elser, who was connected to Jack Ruby, which is, oh, interesting. So you see that name Elser right there? This is a guy who we're going to find out. This investigation, it's a little weird. It's into like a bunch of mafia figures in Detroit, all right? And they hang out at the Kismet Lounge. Now, why is this relevant? Well, there's two people involved, Angelo Marino and Jimmy Marino. But listen to this part. Informant advised that the head bookkeeper in the numbers in Detroit is an individual known as Doc. He said that Doc is about 6'7", tall, slender build, 55 to 60 years old. He smokes a pipe all the time. He said that Doc comes into Apache Realty a lot, and on the first day or two of each month, Tony Sieni goes to Doc's home to run the bonuses. Informant revealed that Doc lives at the foot of Chalmers Avenue in a big yellow home with French windows. He said that Doc has a 36-foot Chris Craft cruiser painted black, and that he spends a lot of time fishing. Informant stated that Doc was a downriver numbers man years ago. He said that Doc takes care of Maxie Stern's side and Tony Long's side, i.e. numbers units. He claimed that Doc has been married 2 or 3 times and that he is a wealthy man. That's Doc, all right? So that's what they found this thing on Doc. But something very interesting here that comes up. Do you see how this thing says El Sir right here? Anthony Giaclone, he went by the name El Sir. Let me show you something that little Tal found, all right, in the Jack Ruby files, because I've now taken you through where I'm at in my investigation, tying it to this guy Doc, who might actually be, Doc Mariano might be that guy who was hiding in that document, whatever his name is there. Hold on. This guy, Angelo Mariano. It may actually be him, or it could be I'm pretty sure it's him because there's this other FBI document about specifically him. But in terms of this guy, El Sir, take a look at this, right? Because another big piece of the puzzle here is that Jack Ruby was alive, okay, way after. First of all, he was alive for 11 months after the FBI said he was dead in Parkland Hospital of cancer. He didn't die in January of 67. He died in December of 67. The other thing is, I'll show it to you on the screen here because I worked very hard on this. And I think it was actually Kevin from Yellow Cottage Tales that prompted me to go on this deep dive this morning. And it wasn't, Kevin had just made a comment kind of repeating the official narrative of what had happened to Ruby, which is very understanding. Let me make that very clear. It makes a lot of sense, okay, that a lot of people believe Jack Ruby died in Parkland Hospital on whatever it was, in January of 67. But what I'm going to show you here, and then we're going to go on to our Kohberger recap and our Diddy recap. But this was my morning research, and I spent a lot of time on this, and it's important to me. So thank you for your indulgence. Jesse Roberts, we're talking about the man Lee Harvey Oswald, who was the assassin of President Kennedy. And I found some primary source documentation that he was a Marine stationed at El Toro from 54 to 59 and then dropped out. Oh, that's what I wanted to look at. So then he dropped out of the Marines in order to go to the Soviet Union, but it was actually cover because he joined the CIA. So a few important things about Jack Ruby, though, before we go back to Lee Harvey Oswald, because there's one more part of the file I want to show you. Jack Ruby, the man who killed Lee Harvey Oswald, was a source for the FBI and the CIA about communists, because Ruby was an anti-Lenin communist called the Lovesonite who got thrown out of the Communist Party in 29. And he was a source for the feds from 31 to 51. He started using the name Jack Rubin as cover in 45 to do signals intelligence work. And by 61, Jack Ruby was working with Sam Giancana's man, Max Edner, in New York. Ruby's real name was Jack Rubenstein. He also went by Jack Rubin, and he was a federal informant as of 51. Ruby was using the cover identity of Rubin in 45 for signals intelligence work, and then also he re-infiltrated the Communist Party in 48 under the name Jack Rubin. He was embedded with this guy, Max Eder. Now what's really interesting is I found Jack Ruby at a Mafia dice game in January of 63. All right. So this is a report on a dice game at January 5, 1963. They arrested one of the guys following the game, and he, along with Jack Ruby, was arrested. And there you go, Jack Rubin, arrested. That's Jack Ruby's alias, arrested, January 63. And the reason I bring that up is that what's so weird is that Ruby, after the assassination, went back to Miami. He was never jailed. He never faced trial. That was all fake. Here's proof right here that in 1964 he was alive and taking money in Miami. All right. So this is from 1964. He's alive. And then what's even wilder is you get a document, and this is another smoking gun on Ruby. You get a document from the Atlanta special agent in charge to the director of the FBI on 3/12/65, and look what it says. The Bureau is aware of known efforts of the organized criminal element to penetrate the Atlanta, Georgia area in 1965. Right? Jack Ruby should be in jail or in Parkland Hospital. The following information is submitted to summarize what is known concerning those efforts. All right. Investigation has disclosed that Max Eater, a.k.a. Max Raymond, Jack Rubin from Miami, Florida, were registered at the Atlanta Cubana Motel, Atlanta, Georgia, 17-18-1965. And they were talking to Mike Coppola, who was in Miami Beach and was the capo of the Vito Genovese family of the La Cosa Nostra. And they had lunch with Irving Berlin, a prominent bookmaker, while they were there. And, yep, so there you go. And it had something to do with the Patriarchas trying to get a foothold in Atlanta. And then the connection there is that Max Eater, who was Jack Ruby's friend, knew Henry Tamello, who knew Bobby Villani, who knew Vincent Teresa, who knew Raymond Patriarca. Now, the reason why... it cuts off. The reason why I'm so interested in this is that as you keep tracing it, all right, you find out that Jack Ruby was deeply in debt to the IRS in 1958, okay? The guy who ends up killing Oswald. And you can find that, like, Ruby, as of 64, was still involved with the, mob in Miami. He was a free man. However, that right here, as of June 6, 1958, Jack Rubin was under a U.S. government tax lien in the amount of $30,195. The lien was entered against the Rubin Brothers Plastering Company, of which Rubin was a co-owner by the director of the IRS. However, a confidential source advised the FBI that as of January 64, Ruby was all clear of the IRS lien right after the Kennedy hit. On January 24th, 1967, a confidential source advised the FBI that Jack Ruby, was known as Rubin, had been making about short trips to Freeport, Grand Bahama in connection with efforts to obtain a casino license there. On January 27, 1967, a source advised the FBI that Jack Ruby had been traveling through the Bahama Islands to see someone close to the new premier concerning the possibility of obtaining a casino license for Benimi or Cap Cay, Bahamas. In this connection, Rubin was also in contact with Nathan Saunders, who was previously declared undesirable by the Bahamian government. On August 27th, 1967, a confidential source advised the FBI that a levy was filed by the IRS against the National Plastering Company for past due taxes in the amount of $55,068.28. A notice of seizure was filed on August 29, 67, covering the contents of the business office at the company's headquarters, 1911 West Avenue, Miami Beach. On December 7th, 1967, a confidential source advised that the IRS, again, was attempting to close the National Plastering Company because they were behind in their payments to the IRS. So I'm telling you, now here's where it gets a little scary. Look what happens on December 12th, 1967. 5 days after the IRS, so he cleared his debt after killing Lee Harvey Oswald, but then he gets a new $50,000 debt. And then 5 days after December 7th, on December 12th, 1967, former informant on hoodlum Max Eater, Jack Rubin's Miami Beach resident, is where Rubin's mother found Rubin in an unconscious state in his bedroom. A self-harm note in the bedroom, which blank. Rubin's mother blank. Max Eater, who was also an informant for the FBI and also a mob guy, blank, which blank. Eater blank that if blank regarding Ruben's condition blank to tell them that Ruben had gone into a diabetic shock. Blank furnished the blank of the blank to the FBI in strictest confidence, stating that if the information was divulged to anyone, Eater blank. That sentence reads, Eater furnished the real identity of the subject, who is Ruby, to the FBI in strictest confidence, stating that if the information was divulged to anyone, Eater blank. All right? And so that's a letter proving to you that Jack Ruby died in his mother's home on December 12, 1967. He did not die in Parkland Hospital. Okay? Now, Dewdrops, you have a great rest of your evening, my dear friend. Say hello to Kiki and Riri for me. Now, with all of that said, all right, there's one more document we have to look at before we do the Kohberger wrap-up and the Diddy wrap-up, and then watch some of the videos from Super Towel Harvard Yard. All right? One of the things that I found while going through this Oswald file, now, I found this pre-Russian Oswald report, all right? And it's really good, all right? Because the Oswald HQ file, let me see if I can find that one. The Oswald HQ file is okay, but it's not nearly as good as the second one, all right? So let me show you the second one here. All right, here we go. So this is the report on Oswald in the pre-Russian period. You get a decent amount of information. That's where I found that really interesting document on the El Toro soldier. But as I'm going through this document a little bit more, I find like a lot of stuff that looks like it's like Secret Service stuff, like right after the assassination. So then I realize I have the full file, including like the fact that they pulled their tax records on the Oswalds. I have the entire file. This was the declassified file. It's a full thing. It's scanned in by hand. So at a certain point in there, I find we do have a full history of Lee Harvey Oswald. All right? An entire history. All right? And it doesn't go into what happens after, but this is like unheard of, okay? Some of the stuff you're going to see here, if you've ever looked into this case or tried to learn about it, this was never released. This isn't in the public files. It is now, okay? But this is the full background on Lee Harvey Oswald from the actual government. I think it's from the CIA. It might be from the Secret Service. I can't tell because some of these markings I've never seen before. They're like very different, and the investigation, like the way they write memos, is different. It's like a whole. It's like a whole nother level of the government that I've never seen before. And so I don't know why I was unable to find this file before, but this is the whole file, okay? And I'm going to show you the front of it because I want to demarcate what we're looking at here. So we got to get back to like page 60. But take a look. This is how it was provided, all right? It's literally just, oh, well, we're here, Drew Drops. So this is literally just a manila folder, and then you start seeing stuff that looks like, okay, it literally looks like it's like a itemized event of Lee Harvey Oswald's life, okay? Like when she married, like, see, Lillian Murrett, see the name Murrett popping up a lot? That was that cousin there. It turns out she raised him, the CIA agent. So it's actually a background of Lee Harvey Oswald's life in a full chronological timeline, all right? That's how the government prepares its reports. That's why I said I've never seen anything like it. The FBI doesn't do this kind of stuff. They do, but not. This is so comprehensive and so detailed that it made me think it was Secret Service. Now, there are some FBI markings here, but what you're going to see is that, like, it's almost like the FBI was being asked to share information, and then there's one document where it says something like, I, the document writer, did not share anything with that was FBI classified with the Secret Service, and I did not share anything that was Secret Service classified with the FBI. Which makes me think the Secret Service was not involved in the assassination of President Kennedy. I think the CIA did it. The FBI knew about it, and the Secret Service was told to stand down when they figured out what happened. Now, Here's one of the police reports from when Harvey Oswald got arrested. Remember how they, later in the report, it says they had information that when Oswald got arrested, he had a CIA contact card on him. Lieutenant Francis J. Martello, platoon commander, 1st District, New Orleans Police Department, advised that on August 9th, 1963, Lieutenant William Gallot and Patrolman Frank Haynard and Frank Blank arrested Lee Harvey Oswald in the 700 block of Canal Street and charged him with violation of the city ordinance relative to disturbing the peace by creating a scene. Arrested at the same time were Celso Marquillo Hernandez, Carlos Jose Beringer, and Miguel Mariano Cruz. That's Doc! That's Doc! Oh, that's got to be Doc. Miguel Mariano Cruz. That's Doc. That is 100% Doc. Hold on, I got to write this down. Miguel Mariano Cruz equals possibly Doc. I'm going to figure this out. I've been working on this for so many days. I promise you I'm going to figure this out. All right, so on the following morning, about 10 a.m., August 10, 1963, Lieutenant Martello noted a placard and some handbills which pertained to the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. He determined that it was the property of an arrested subject by the name of Oswald. He asked the doorman to bring Oswald in for an interview. Lieutenant Martello stated that as a result of this interview with Oswald, he had made some detailed notes, which he still has in his possession, although he had not at any time dictated a report as a result of this interview. Lieutenant Martello furnished the following memorandum concerning his interview of Oswald on August 10, 1963, which he prepared as a result of a refreshment of his recollection from his original notes. Lieutenant Martello remarked that his interview of Oswald was merely for his general information and not in the nature of an official interrogation, since he had been previously interviewed by the intelligence unit of the New Orleans Police Department. Regarding interview of Lee Harvey Oswald at 1st District Station, New Orleans Police Department. About 10 a.m. on Saturday, August 10th, I observed a placard and handbills which had been placed into evidence against an accused person. This placard contained information concerning the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. I determined that a subject by the name of Lee Harvey Oswald was arrested on Friday, August 9, 1963, when he was passing out handbills on Canal Street and was carrying this placard about his person. Prior to being assigned to the 1st District, I had worked with the intelligence unit for 2 years, and since I was generally familiar with various groups and organizations that demonstrate or picket in the city, I decided I would question this individual to see if I could develop any information which would be of value and to ascertain if all interested parties had been notified. I requested the doorman to bring Lee Harvey Oswald into the interview room. I then took the material which was to be used as evidence into the room. At the same time, I reviewed the arrest record on Oswald and determined that while he was distributing Fair Play for Cuba literature on the street, he became involved in a disturbance with Carlos Marquillo Hernandez, Carlos Jose Beringer, and Miguel Mariano Cruz. When Oswald was brought into the office, I introduced myself to him as Lieutenant Francis L. Martello, and I was in uniform at the time. I asked Oswald if he had any identification papers. At the time, Oswald produced his wallet. Upon my request, he removed the papers and I examined them. He had in his wallet a number of miscellaneous papers, cards, and identification items. The only ones that I felt were of any significance were the following, which I made note of. Social Security card bearing number in the name of Lee Harvey Oswald. So, why is this public? Selective service draft card in the name of Lee Harvey Oswald, bearing number 41, etc. Classification 4A. I do not know which draft board was registered with. Card bearing name Lee Harvey Oswald, reflecting he was a member of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Address listed as 799 Broadway, New York. 3 New York. Telephone Oregon 48295. Headquarters for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Card was signed by V.T. Lee, Executive Secretary. Card issued 5/28/63. Card for the New Orleans chapter of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in the name of Lee Harvey Oswald, signed by an A.J. Hiddell, chapter president, issued June 6, 1963. The notes of my interview reflect that Oswald has the date of birth of October 18, 38 at New Orleans, Louisiana, that he served 3 years in the U.S. Marine Corps and stated he was honorably discharged on July 17, 1959 from Santa Ana. His wife's name was Marino Prosa, a white female, age 21. Oswald stated that he had one daughter, June Lee Oswald, white female, 17 months of age. He had been residing at 4907 Magazine Street with his wife and daughter for the past 4 months. Oswald said that since 1959, he resided at 4709 Mercedes Street in Fort Worth, Texas, and that he also lived in Arlington, Texas. Oswald said his mother's name was Margaret Oswald. His father was Robert Lee Oswald, being deceased. He told me he had two brothers, Robert Oswald, living in Fort Worth, and John Oswald, Arlington, Texas. He also stated he lived somewhere in Exchange Place in New Orleans, but could not remember the address, and that he had attended Beauregard Junior High and Warren Easton High School, both in New Orleans. And then he attended Regalia West Elementary School in Fort Worth. Oswald told me he had moved to New Orleans from Fort Worth about 4 months ago. When questioned about the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, Oswald stated that he had been a member for 3 months. I asked how he became affiliated with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and he stated he became interested in that committee in Los Angeles, California in '58 while in the U.S. Marine Corps. The facts as to just how he first became interested in the Fair Play for Cuba Committee while in the Marine Corps are vague. However, I recall that he said he had obtained some Fair Play for Cuba Committee literature and had gotten into some difficulty in the Marine Corps for having this literature. Oswald was asked how many members of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee were in New Orleans chapter, and he stated there were 35. Oh my God, that was the Interpen. They were Fair Play for Cuba. I asked him to identify some members of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in New Orleans, and he refused to give me the names of the members or any identification data regarding them. Oswald was asked why he refused, and he said that this was a minority group holding unpopular views at the time, and it would not be beneficial to them if he gave their names. Oswald was asked approximately how many people attended meetings of the New Orleans chapter of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and he said approximately 5 attended the meetings, which were held once a month. He was asked where, and he said at various places in the city. He was asked specifically at what addresses or locations were the meetings held, and he stated the meetings were held on Pine Street. He was asked at whose residence the meetings were held, and he refused to give any further information. It should be noted at this time, during prior investigation connected, while I was a member of the intelligence unit, information was developed that Fair Play for Cuba Committee literature was found in the 1000 block of Pine Street, New Orleans, which was near the residence of Dr. Leonard Reisman, a professor at Tulane. This investigation was conducted by me. As I remember, Dr. Reisman was reported to be a member of the New Orleans Council of Peaceful Alternatives, which is a ban the bomb group recently established in the city and has conducted meetings and 2 or 3 demonstrations in the city. Knowing that Dr. Reisman was reportedly a member of the New Orleans Council of Peaceful Alternatives, I thought there might be a tie between this organization and the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. When Oswald stated that meetings of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee had been held on Pine Street, the name of Dr. Reisman came to mind. I asked Oswald if he knew Dr. Reisman or if he held meetings at Dr. Reisman's house. Oswald did not give me a direct answer to this question. However, I gathered from the expression on his face and what appeared to be an immediate nervous reaction that there was possibly a connection between Dr. Reisman and Oswald. This, however, is purely an assumption, and I have nothing on which to base this. I also asked Oswald if he knew a Dr. Robert Forrest F. LaVallette, a professor at Tulane. I asked him this question because I remembered that LaVallette allegedly had possession of Fair Play for Cuba literature during the year '62. I cannot remember any further details about this, nor do I have any information that he is or was connected with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Oswald became very evasive in his answers and was not told any information concerning the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, where the group met, or the identities of the members. Oswald was then asked what religion he practiced, and he stated he was a Lutheran, and also that he was presently unemployed but had worked at William B. Riley Coffee Company in New Orleans about 3 months, working on heavy machinery and earned $60 a week. He worked from May to July at that company. He further stated that he worked for Jack's Brewery approximately 11 months ago. I asked him again about the members of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in New Orleans and why the information was such a big secret, that if he had nothing to hide, he would give me the information. Oswald said one of the members of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in New Orleans was named John, and that this individual went to Tulane. He refused to give any more information concerning the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Since he did not appear to be particularly receptive at this time, the interview was concluded and he was returned to the cell block. Prior to entering the cell block, Oswald was again allowed to use the phone. Several hours later, after Oswald was interviewed by a special agent of the FBI, a white female came to the station and identified herself as Miss Murat. who stated she was a relative of Oswald and lived on France Street. She stated she wanted to know the charge against Oswald, and they told her, explaining to her the procedure whereby Oswald could be released. She became very reluctant to become involved in the release of Oswald, as she stated, since he was involved with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, she did not want to get mixed up with it in any way. I spoke to her concerning Oswald's background, and she said Oswald had a hard time coming up insofar as his family life was concerned, and she felt that this had a direct bearing on his actions and that he had gone to Russia and stayed over there for a few years. He married while in Russia and came back to the U.S. She stated Oswald did not allow anything but Russian to be spoken in his home. She was asked why he did not allow English to be spoken, and she related she had spoken to Oswald's wife about this, and she said this was his desire. She further stated she had asked Oswald's wife if she liked America, and the wife answered, yes, I do, but said her husband did not like America. I did not question her any further. After Miss Marat left, I decided to further question Oswald and had him again brought out of the cell to me. I then asked if he had given me all of the needed information about his background. He said he had. I asked him if he lived in Russia, and he stated that somebody had told me this, and I stated someone had told me this. He then admitted he had lived in Russia for 2.5 years, going there by slow boat to Europe. I asked him how he got over there, and he related he left Fort Worth, Texas, stayed in New Orleans a few days, and then took the slow boat to Europe. He took a tour of Europe and wound up in Russia. He lived in Moscow and Minsk, Russia, and told me he lived there from October 59 to July 62. I asked him if his wife was Russian, and he said yes. He said her true name was Mariano Prosa, and that it was an abbreviation of her name, Mariano Marino Prosaviaca. He said she was an alien M1. I then asked him if he was a communist, and he said he was not. I asked him if he was a socialist, and he said guilty. We then spoke at length concerning the philosophies of communism, socialism, and America. He said he was in full accord with the book Das Kapital, which was a book written by Karl Marx. I know that this book condemns the American way of government in entirety. I asked him if he thought that the communist way of life was better than the American way of life, and he replied there was not true communism in Russia. He said that Marx was a socialist, and although communism is attributed to Marx, Marx was not a communist but a socialist. He stated this was the reason he did not consider himself to be a communist. I asked him what his opinion was of the form of communism in Russia since he lived there for 2 years, and he replied, it stunk. He said they have fat, stinking politicians over there just like we have over here, and that they do not follow the great concepts of Karl Marx. And the leaders have everything, and the people are still poor and depressed. I asked Oswald why he would not allow members of his family to learn English, as this would be required to educate his children and communicate with people. He stated the reason why he did this was because he hated America, and he did not want them to become because he hated America and he did not want them to become Americanized, and that his plans were to go back to Russia. He stated it already applied to the State Department for a visa to go back by using the excuse that his wife was a Russian. I asked him what he thought about President John F. Kennedy and Nikita Khrushchev. He said he thought they got along very well. I then asked him if he had to place allegiance or make a decision between Russia or America, which he would choose, and he said I would place my allegiance at the foot of democracy. I then asked him if he would consider himself a student of the world, explaining that I meant by this as a person who attempts to find a utopia on earth, and that he said he could be classified as such an individual. I asked him if he had any religious convictions and whether he believed in God, since Karl Marx did not believe in God. I was trying to find out if he was an atheist. His answer to me was that he was Christianized as a Lutheran, but that he had not followed any religion since youth. Christened. I asked him if he was an agnostic, and he said he could be classified as a Marxist in his beliefs. I spoke to him about the Fair Play for Cuba Committee again and asked him if he knew that Castro had admitted that he was a Marxist-Leninist, and he said he did. He was then asked if he truly believed Castro was really interested in the welfare of the Cuban people, and that he replied he was not going to discuss the merits and demerits of Castro, but was primarily concerned with poor people of Cuba, and that if their country would have good relations with the poor people of Cuba and quit worrying about Castro, that it was his main concern. He stated this was the reason he interviewed in the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. He's lying. He wanted to participate in anti-Castro activities. Oswald was then returned to the cell block. I then took my notes along with several copies of the literature and placed them in a title folder in the file cabinet. The day after the assassination, Mr. Adrian G. Val, U.S. Secret Service, who had spoken to me earlier about 3 a.m. Saturday morning on November 23rd, 63, wherein he obtained information regarding my interview. Oh, please say it was the day before. Please say it was the day before. Okay, it was. Okay. All right. So the Secret Service got to this. It wasn't before the assassination, thank God. The morning at 3 a.m. that next morning, they were already there getting this information. The Secret Service. So it wasn't the day before. At the outset of the interview, I got out the original file folder, opened and gave to Mr. Vial all the literature I obtained from Oswald, which consisted of some pamphlets, leaflets, and booklets put out by the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Upon going through these pamphlets, I discovered a photograph of Lee Harvey Oswald, which appeared to be a passport photograph, and a small piece of white paper containing handwritten notes on same. This photograph and paper had inadvertently become misplaced with the literature during the interview I had with Oswald. This piece of paper, which was folded over twice and was about 2 by 3, contained some English writing and some writing which appeared to be in a foreign language which I could not identify. Before I gave this paper to Mr. Val, I made a copy of the information, which is as follows. Maurice 22182, AMREP, Russian Les, Russian Lyet, then a lot of stuff in Russian, and then some handwritten notes. So that's Oswald's note from his pocket, what you're looking at right there. No idea. I mean, it's some like hotels. All right. Now, the reason why I looked at that is, what's he say next? Oh, it just ends. All right. So here's what's weird. I think we're going to be able to prove this. All right. So this is how you do research, by the way, if you're wondering. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We're going to get on to our recaps. We're only going till 5 p.m., by the way. So we're only going till 5. This is how we prove it. All right, look at this. First of all, that's a fascinating insight into the mind of Lee Harvey Oswald that most people have never seen. I didn't even know this existed. This is amazing. It's fascinating. Now, this dude, this investigator, brah, I love this man. I bet he's dead, but I love this man, all right? Francis L. Martello. He's one of the great, he knew. He fucking knew. He was like, brah, what's with the secrecy, brah? Like, just tell me, like, what this is. And Oswald was CIA and wouldn't tell him. Oswald is a boss. CIA has great counterintelligence training. I mean, he didn't kill the president. He might have been sent down there with a gun. But Oswald didn't kill the president. Sturgis did. Or one of those other guys. Maybe E. Howard Hunt. Somebody took that headshot, but it was not Lee Harvey Oswald. And the 3 tramps thing might actually be right. Now, there's 2 names here, though. First of all, this document was not properly redacted. I don't know who released this or why. It is a public document, all right? It's straight up, it's a public document. I know it's public because the only way it can get on the Mary Farrell Foundation is if they get FOIA'd. This isn't an internal system, it's the Mary Farrell Foundation. So I'm telling you right now, all right, that this inadvertently is going to open the door, all right? First of all, I have a sense that Miguel Mariano Cruz is Doc. And he's the connection between Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby. The other thing is, V.T. Lee, all right? This dude, all right? And then A.J. Hidell. This guy got both of them, all right? And first of all, Marietta Oswald's name he lied about his wife's name. She was definitely some kind of agent. Because her actual name, let me give you her actual name. Hold on. Where is her actual name? It's in here. I just read it before. He gave it up. It was Maria. So Oswald's wife, he lied. That's another weird thing. Like, you don't just lie about your wife's name. Like, and you don't just give that up. So her real name was Marino Prosa, but but real name Marino Prosakaya. All right. Now, that's not what I was looking for, but I'm going to look that up next. Now, let's take a look up here, all right? This investigator was like, I was in the investigatory section. I know who those guys are. And so, Forrest E. LaViolette. We're going to look that up, okay? So, Forrest E. LaViolette. Now, you can't even really search this site unless you are a member. They allow you to look at all the documents, but they limit your search. And I joined because I wanted to pay them for a year. It was $29. It was really worth it. I like the Mary Farrell Foundation. And what it got me access to was the ability to do two things. One, I can search this name. All right, we're going to do that. But two, there was another name up here that he didn't know. So I think V.T. Lee, was it? So which one? V.T. Lee. All right, so Forrest E. LaViolette. Was that one of the names? No, neither of them. So we need V.T. Lee, okay, which I think is going to be Forrest E. LaViolette's code name. And then we need A.J. Hidell, okay? If we can prove that either A.J. Hidell or V.T. Lee are CIA agents, then that is the proof that, along with this interview, that Lee Harvey Oswald was CIA. All right? Through the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, which was not anti-Castro, which was not pro-Castro, it was anti-Castro, masquerading as pro-Castro, so Lee Harvey Oswald could get arrested, claim he was being persecuted for pro-Castro beliefs when he was really anti-Castro, so he could get arrested, face, and then claim asylum in Mexico City to get a visa to Cuba so that he could have that visa on him when he was set up for the assassination of President Kennedy. You get it? That's what happened. Now, what we have to do is two things. So I'm going to take this name here, A.J. Hidell, and let me show you how this works. I don't want to click away from any of these, so I'm going to open up a new Mary Farrell Foundation tab, all right? So you can see. All right, 1 second. I'm going to sign in here. Hold on, little towels. I'm going to sign in. I have to sign in to be able to do the search. Hold on, little towels. All right, so we're going to do that. And good. All right, now I'm going to do one more thing, little towels. I'm going to update your rankings. Let's see who's at the top of the leaderboard. Oh, Vicky Moore coming in at number 1. Jew Drops number 2. And Allie 90211, it looks like, at number 3. And then Murder by Maestro at number 4. Nancy at number 5. Steph at number 6. Kitty's at number 7. Peony and Rose at number 8. Oh, no, there's Allie 90211 at number 9. And Alicia at number 10. Oh, and Ange is up there. I saw Ange. All right, so now that I got what we wanted, A.J. Hidell, you think we're going to get any hits? What do you think? You think we're going to get any hits, ladies and gentlemen, on A.J. Hidell? Who is A.J. Hidell? Is A.J. Hidell a CIA agent? I don't know. We're going to find out together, though. So this site's a little bit hard to use, but we're going to look now, and we're going to zoom in a little bit. All right. We're going to look for anything about A.J. Hidell. All right. Who is A.J. Hidell? Looks like that might have been his wife. Hold on. Oh, very interesting. So see how I'm kind of... All right, so let's see what we got. Huh. What is this, huh? A. Hidell. It's here a lot, huh? Hidell. So let's search this document for Hidell, huh? A.J. Hidell. What's this? All right. Oh, it was his fake identity. And that was the name that he used to order the rifle. And it was so Oswald's cover identity was A.J. Hiddell. So that means anything we find in the files about A.J. Hiddell is actually Oswald. Whoa. It's Oswald, but he denied it. All right, so let's see. Huh. Huh. Wow, it was, so that was definitely a fake name for him. This is really going deep. Lee used the nickname Alec and Alec in the USSR. Fidel Castro's code name is Alex. That's interesting. All right. So hold on. I have to look up one more thing because this person in particular is very important. There's one other person I have to look up. So it seems like Alex J. Hiddell is just Lee Harvey Oswald. Because this is every mention of the name anywhere. Yeah, see, this was Oswald's fake name. So Oswald was involved with the Cuban, the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. He wasn't just a member. And then he was seen going into the Mexican embassy on 1st and 4th of October. Oh, God. All right, and then there's one more name I got to look up. All right? There's one more name. And that name is V.T. Lee. Vincent T. Lee. Vincent T. Lee. Watch this. Here it comes. On August 11, 1953, Special Agent Ralph J. Miles was in the office of Vincent Lee, branch manager, American Guild of Variety Artists, 1918 Live Oak Street, Dallas, Texas, when an individual later identified by Mr. Lee as Jack Ruby I want out. No. Nope. I want out. Nope. I want out. I want out right now. Oh, that's horrifying. Well, I wanted an answer. I guess if you really want an answer, you should be ready for it. Oh no. I'm afraid to read this. This was the dude on the name. This was the name on the card in Lee Harvey Oswald's. It's a direct connection. That's incredible. That's incredible. That's incredible. I didn't expect to see Jack Ruby's name in that. I mean, come on. Come on. Look at that. I mean, we'll keep reading, but that's it. I mean, that's the proof. Vincent T. Lee, of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, was a guy who was definitely mobbed up, but he was more CIA than mob. And look at this. So that's where Ruby went from 51 until 61. He was in Dallas. That's why they wiped this from the files. Bruh. On August 11, 1953, Special Agent Ralph J. Miles was in the office of Vincent Lee, branch manager, American Guild of Variety Artists, 1918 Live Oak Street, Dallas, when an individual later identified by Mr. Lee as Jack Ruby, operator of the Silver Spur, 1717 South Irvay Street, Dallas, came blustering into Lee's office and demanded of Lee that Lee supply Ruby with some girls to put on his entertainment as his Silver Spur. Lee told Ruby that Ruby would have to put up a cash bond, whereupon Ruby began to curse Lee, claiming that he was short of money and that Lee did not make his competitors put up such a cash bond. Lee maintained that he still could not furnish girl entertainers to Ruby unless Ruby put up some cash, at which time Ruby arose and in a threatening tone of voice asked Lee, Do you want to know whether or not I am packing a GUN, and what are you trying to do? Be a tough guy in Dallas? Well, I am just as tough as they come, or words to that effect. After Ruby stormed out of Lee's office, cursing all the while, Lee advised F.A. Miles that Ruby considered himself a very tough Dallas character and was an associate of Joe Bonds, operator of the Sky Club, who was also a tough character and who bore a grudge against Lee because he at one time attempted to collect a $700 bad check Bonds had given a girl entertainer, at which time either Bonds or one of his henchmen had struck Lee across the forehead with his GUN. Lee continued that both Ruby and Bonds have always carried concealed GUNs and were in constant association with James Robert Todd, better known as Jack Todd, FBI number 180-5883, Dallas Police number 22255, a well-known Dallas safecracker. Lee further informed that Ruby, Bonds, and Todd, together with other hoodlums and safecrackers whose identities were known to Lee, usually hung around Sue's used car lot 3400 Live Oak, Dallas, Texas. Jack Ruby was also known as Jack Leon Ruby, Jack Rubenstein, and then the one they didn't list here because it was his deep, deep cover identity is Jack Rubin. This man, bruh. In May of 61, Helen Fonche Rome identified Ruby as the owner of the Carousel Club in Dallas and former operator of the Roundup Club. She termed Ruby a no-good and stated he would not permit girls to work for him unless they were intimate with him. That's gross. $11.25. Oh, this is his initial interview when he got arrested for shooting JFK. Whoa. All right. So, Jack Rubenstein, he was actually born in Chicago. And then he just showed up in New York. Starting in 33 or 34 after he got thrown out of the Communist Party. He was inducted into the U.S. Air Corps at 43 at Rockford, Illinois. Basic training, Fort Biloxi, Aircraft Mechanics School. He was honorably discharged. He worked with his brother Earl. He moved to Dallas in 47. His sister is Eva Grant. They opened a nightclub together. Ruby regards the following persons in Dallas as his closest friends: Stanley Kaufman, attorney; Rabbi Silverman; George Gaynor; Andrew Armstrong; Gordon McClendon; Dewey Gordon. Ruby said that he does his banking at the Merchant State Bank in Dallas. John Anderson, Willie Willis, Bill Simmons. Whoa. He talked with Henry Wade, Dallas County Attorney, and Russ Knight. On the night of Kennedy's assassination, Ruby then went and met with Henry Wade, the DA of Dallas, and Russ Knight, the owner of KFLP. Okay. Whoa, this is a lot. This basically it spells it out pretty clearly. And the connection is Vincent T. Lee. And Ruby, Jack Ruby, must have been CIA. Because he did too much. He went from like being a labor union leader to like being in the mob to being in Dallas. Like, this man was everywhere. That's incredible. All right, well, there you go. That's as good as I can get it. That's as absolutely good as I can get it. It's as good as I am ever going to get it. And it's all from just this one document. It's hiding in there, but it was there. All right, let's send her back. I found what I want. I went way... First of all, I told you, if I start doing research on that guy, on Doc, I'm going to end up down a rabbit hole. And that card on Lee Harvey Oswald's person, and then... there you go. And they figured it out. The congressional committees figured it out pretty quickly. I think they just chose not to do anything about it. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for allowing me to do that research in real time. I know it delayed our segments that I was going to do on the Kohberger recap and then the Diddy verdict, but I appreciate it. So let's go right into the Diddy recap. If you missed it yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, we do have updates on the Diddy trial. I'm going to bring them up for you on your screen right now. Now, give me just 1 second here, little towels. All right, let's go over here. All right. So, the updates on the Diddy trial are thus. I took a little bit of time to write this up yesterday, so I can just convey it to you directly. And that's a nice picture of Boston. The Boston Garden. And hello, by the way, I'm sorry that towel took a little bit of an adventure down that rabbit hole. I did promise you that we would talk about the Diddy update and then the Kohberger update, and I didn't have time to do that because I went down a rabbit hole, but can you really blame me? I love going down rabbit holes. All right, just in. Prosecutor, this was from yesterday, after Diddy's bail was denied. Prosecutors in the case of Diddy Diddler Combs have submitted a letter to the judge in Combs' case indicating that although their preliminary recommendation is 51 to 67 months in prison, they expect at least a 4-level enhancement before sentencing, 78 to 97 months. That 2-level enhancement indeed could climb even further, noted prosecutors who told Judge Subramanian that, for example, the government expects to seek the application of the 4-point enhancement pursuant to USSG Section 2G 1.1B1BI for offenses involving fraud or coercion. See USSG 2G 1.1 App Note 2. For purposes of that subsection, coercion includes any form of or conduct that negates the voluntariness of the victim. Then the DOJ told Judge Subramanian that the government requires additional time to consider any other potential enhancements or cross-references that may be applicable. Read the document in full there. Prosecutors began with a base level 14 for sentencing, with a criminal offender level of 1, which is the lowest level possible. Using 2G 1.1, prosecutors then applied a grouping analysis because of multiple victims involved in the Combs case, and that raised the offense level to 19. Combs was convicted of 2 counts of sex trafficking involving money rather than force, which it's technically sex trafficking for prostitution under the Mann Act, which each carry a sentence of up to 10 years in federal prison. Next, pursuant to USSG 3B 1.1, because the defendant was a manager or supervisor and the criminal activity was otherwise extensive, 3 levels are added. That brings us to 22. Then, pursuant to 3C 1.1, because the defendant willfully obstructed or impeded or attempted to obstruct or impede the administration of justice with respect to the investigation and prosecution of counts 3 and 5, and the obstructive conduct related to those counts and relevant conduct, 2 levels are added, bringing the total to 24. Then in the sentencing range section, the government goes on to say, accordingly, based only on the preliminary calculations set forth above, the defendant's guideline range is at least 51 to 63 months imprisonment. The government notes, however, that the guidelines applicable at sentencing may be higher than the preliminary calculation. The government has not had adequate time to carefully consider all potentially applicable guideline provision. For the example, as the court is aware, evidence presented at trial in support of the defendant's convictions on counts 3 and 5 overlaps substantially with the evidence related to the sex trafficking counts. Accordingly, much of this conduct is not included in the guidelines definition of acquitted conduct and may be relevant to the guidelines calculation. For instance, the government expects to seek the application of a 4-point enhancement, not yet factored in that 51 to 63 months, pursuant to 2G 1.1B1BI for offenses involving fraud or coercion. The government requires additional time to consider any other potential enhancements or cross-references. Of note, even a 4-level enhancement to the current level of 24 would lead to a recommendation of 78 to 97 months in prison. Further elevation of the offense level, including to above level 30 if section 2A 3.1 comes into play relating to any kind of sexual conduct. Then the sentence range could run as high as 121 to 168 months for an offense level of 32 to 34. Combs was denied bail on Wednesday and will face an expedited sentencing hearing sometime before October. Initial reports from probation on both sides are due in the coming week. Read the relevant sections of the guidelines here. See the federal sentencing guidelines in full here. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's your Diddy update. All right, that was the Diddy update from Little Towel. That was a very good summation of everything going on. You will get our next hearing in the Diddy case next Tuesday. And in the Diddy case, when we do get that hearing, we'll find out if Diddy's going to get expedited sentencing. And then how that sentencing is probably going to come down in the next month or two. He's going to jail, in my opinion, federal prison, for a minimum of 7 to 15 years. He'll probably get like 10 to 12 and serve 2/3, with 11 to 12 months time served. So he's going to do 6 more years at least, in my opinion. Now, let's take a look yesterday from the Kohberger case, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a look at the moment that Kohberger admitted to guilt, and then we're going to listen to an overview from the state of new evidence in the case. Okay? Let's do that now. No promises this is going to work. No, it worked.
So as to count 1 burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count 2, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died. As to count 3, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count 4, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count 5, also murder in the first degree, that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
All right, so here, this is very disturbing. I want to preface this again. He just admitted that he did all those things, okay? And we're going to now listen to the state's recitation of the facts. Here's what I generally understand, okay, generally about what happened. Brian Kohberger DM'd on social media, I think it was Madison. She did not respond to his DM. He then went, I think, 21 times, like, to the area outside their house, and Maddie had a M in her window, okay, the letter M in her window. And from what I understand, Madison was the target of the attack. I don't know if we'll ever find out the why. It seems to be because he couldn't get her to respond to his messages, but we don't know. There's no, as far as I understand, there's no smoking gun where, you know, they like were seen, like he approached her at a bar or something and she rejected him. There's nothing like that. It's just there's evidence, from what I understand, although this is only me reading it on social media, but I do have reason to believe this is true, that there was a DM from Kohberger to one of the victims. I don't know if it was Madison. That it most likely was, but I cannot confirm that because I haven't seen it and I've only read secondhand reports. If Kohberger did indeed send that text or DM and was ignored, then everything makes a little bit more sense, because what you're about to hear from the state is extremely disturbing. I want to preface it. It's a sensitive matter. We're discussing it in a respectful way. The prosecutor relays it in a respectful way, but I cannot do anything about how gruesome this is. It's very horrifying. 4 people lost their lives in a brutal stabbing. But what I want to emphasize about this is that, and if you go into the state's explanation of the evidence with this in mind, it makes a little bit more sense. Maddie was the target. He knew where her room was, and he just went right there and just killed her. Then I believe he encountered Xana, who had just ordered food, I believe, on the stairs. And he started... he killed Maddie and just left the knife sheath, the sheath of the knife under her body. I don't understand. And then he went, maybe she fought back, which would make sense. Then he got Xana. He found her on the stairs. I think he actually found either the guy, Ethan, or Xana next. When he ran into Xana, this is just brutal. I don't even know how to say this. He stabbed her on the stairs. She got away from him, ran up the stairs with stab wounds, and then got into her bedroom, where he just followed her and then killed her in her bedroom. Ethan, now there's one other. I think Ethan was the third victim. He was just in his room. He was not even supposed to be there. He was just staying over that night, and he didn't stay over that often. he was killed in his bedroom. He heard something going on. And then I believe the fourth victim was Kaylee. I don't want to guess, but I think it was Kaylee. And she wasn't supposed to be there either. Okay? So it was really, like, I think Xana was an unintended target, but might or might not have been there. Madison was the real target. And then Ethan and Kaylee were both killed just because they happened to be there. And that is just absolutely just horrifying. Wait a minute. What Murder by Mace do I have to read this? Murder by Maestro. Murder by Maestro, are you saying that? So Dewdrops, we have to listen to the state's recitation of the facts. I wanna the timeline. We have to. The state has it better than I do, but the background of that, about the report about the DM, about Madison's M being in the window, and then Madison being the first target. Now I don't know. Right. So they were. So, and I don't know exactly, and maybe that's the order I got wrong. We have to listen to the state's facts. I only heard it for the first time yesterday. But the order was that Madison was attacked first. I think it's also possible Kaylee was attacked at the same time, but Kaylee wasn't supposed to be there. Remember this. That's the key insight. Kaylee didn't always stay there. All right? She wasn't supposed to be there. That's the part to remember, okay? Kaylee, that's the part I was relaying to. I don't remember the exact order, but Kaylee was not supposed to be there. Madison was supposed to be there. Though that attack took place first. Then I believe Xana, and I could get this order wrong, was attacked on the stairs and then ran upstairs and was attacked in her bedroom, which is just horrifying. And then the Ethan, the third victim, or the fourth victim, was also attacked. The fifth victim, this explains why Kohberger might not have known a lot of people were there. She just stayed in her bedroom, I believe, like hiding under the bed, and he never found her. So that's right, Steph. Kaylee had moved out, and she had come back to show. I didn't know about the vehicle. She had come back to see Maddie, and so she wasn't even supposed to be there. Ethan did not stay there all the time. I don't know if Xana was there all the time, but Madison, I believe, was the one who he expected Kohberger to be there. Yes, Steph, that makes sense. Xana, who had just ordered food at 4 a.m., heard something, and then when she went to see what was going on, she walked up the stairs and got attacked. Now, again, I don't want you to take my relaying of the specific part of the attack, the specific timeline. Don't take it as gospel. Listen to what the state says, but just know that, at least in terms of that background there, it's unconfirmed, but there's something to Maddie, and I don't believe she ever knew this man, Kohberger. I think he just tried to talk to her and then stalked her. That, I think I'm making a lot of assumptions there, because who knows, because there was something, like the way his car was cleaned out, you're going to hear the state describe it, like scrubbed afterwards, like literally like torn apart from the inside. You don't do that if you're just, like, you don't do that. Like, that's like the kind of stuff you do if it's very professional. So, I don't know. Like, maybe he was very professional, but just like, you want to go kill a girl because she didn't respond to you on DM, like, all right. I mean, I'm not saying that's impossible. He's clearly a crazy man who murdered 4 people. But it does leave open that question of, like, okay, why was he stalking her? Like, why did he DM her to begin with? Like, now listen, maybe this is just me because I'm different. Like, if you don't DM me, or if I don't need to, like, reach out to you because I have a question about something, I'm not just, like, hitting up your DMs. Like, not going to do that. That's weird. So I can't even get in the mindset of someone who would just hit up some random girl and be like, hello, on DM. You know, I just can't. I'm not saying that so that's why I have to be careful here, because he could have just been so crazy. He killed 4 people. He is crazy. He could have been so crazy that, oh, okay. But Steph, we have to listen to the state's relayance of facts, because it could be he came in the sliding door in the kitchen. It could be that his intended target was Maddie's room, but he ran into people on the way. So we do have to listen to that. The point remains, though, if it's the case, his cell phone was spotted there like 22 times, I think, in the lead up to the murder or the murders. If it's the case that he was stalking her because she didn't respond to him, I mean, don't get me wrong. He's crazy. He killed 4 people. I could see that. But, like, he picked his target based on a girl who didn't respond to his DM. And I'm not saying maybe he, like, so maybe he had maybe he bumped into her in class. Maybe he, like, knew a friend of hers and then, like, she didn't even realize she turned him down. But, yeah, that's the background as I understood it. It might have been Steph. It might have been. I don't have the exact source of it. I was reading a secondhand social media analysis that was really good. It didn't do an analysis of the timeline that we're going to hear from the state here, which I need to listen to again, which I've only listened to this once. Some of this is new evidence. So the timeline within the house, I'm going to reanalyze. But just to remind folks, the reason I even described that is whether I got the segments out of order. What we're going to hear here is disturbing. Okay, it's read by a prosecutor in court. It is done in a respectful way, but it's disturbing. You should know it's disturbing before we go into it, and that's how we're going to do it. No, Steph, if anything, I think that's a reason why you should trust it. Part of the reason the prosecution probably did the plea is because they did leak to Dateline to pressure him into pleading, and they were going to get caught. Yeah, I could see that, Peony and Rose. Yeah, but murder by manslaughter, just listen to a little bit of this description. It seems like he was like hell-bent on getting to Maddie's room, but let's just listen, because, again, this is my second listen through, and I am 30% as much as filled in about this case as I should be, out of respect for the 4 individuals whose lives were lost brutally. And that's why we're going to listen to this again, out of respect, in order to understand the facts. It is, as I mentioned, extremely graphic, even though it is a prosecutor talking in court. And I must relay this to you, so you have about 30 to 60 seconds if you don't want to listen. And we're going to listen now.
And the defendant was residing in his parents' residence, or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state. He purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., on approximately 23 times.
23 times. What is dude doing there between 10 and 4 a.m. 23 times in the lead up to the murder? That's horrifying.
Now, I will acknowledge also, we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times.
But see, that makes me wonder about the Instagram DM. They would have got that. So where did that? Why didn't they mention the Instagram DM? Maybe they do. Let's keep listening.
In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Lake Tahoe County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was a traffic stop of Mr. Kohberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Brian Kohberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m.
That echo you're hearing is literally on the court feed. It goes away in about a minute.
On Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence would include a trial, video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway, just across the state line from Moscow, that would show the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m.
The echo is on the feed.
Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end, and then leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogan and Kayla Gonzalez. The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogan's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the third floor, it was on the second floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife.
I hate to do this, but I have to listen to it again because I have to understand the order that this happened.
Lab and single source killed Madison Mogan. His car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogen and Kaylee Gonzalez.
See what I mean? He went right to her room. He didn't know Kaylee was going to be there, but he went right to her room. It's really sad. The families, especially Maddie's family, deserve to know why he did this to her. And it can't just be to commit the perfect crime. Like, he took a thumbs up selfie. Why did he do this? Was it just to be the perfect killer?
The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogen's body.
I think they fought back, and he didn't notice he lost the sheath.
And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath.
Oh, I agree, he's a freak, Allie. I know that's the why. I know that's the why he was able to do that to her. But why did he go right to her room? Why did he pick her? Like people were saying, this was a party house. Like, people were always hanging out. Like, whoa, you know what I mean? It means that he was targeting her. He knew where her room was. He didn't have to look around. He went right there. That's really scary. Yeah, Steph, I felt that was kind of passive aggressive towards the Goncalves family. I understood what Judge Hippler was saying, but the way, it was just not the right time for that. Like, you do that in a situation where the defendant is pressuring the court. But if the the family's just now listen, I'm a little worried. The reason Judge Hippler did that, and we'll never know, is that people sent some really messed up stuff. Like, you can, if the family says, like, okay, we're concerned about something, there's a little bit of leeway, in my opinion, for what people say to the court when the family says we're upset. But if you say things like very bad things, yeah, Judge Hippler, it's less about the Goncalves family, but it's like Judge Hippler has to stand up there and say, this may have gone over the line. Now, he's never going to say, oh, and by the way, someone said X, Y, or Z to me or my staff. He's not going to do that. But he literally said, I'm referring some of you for criminal charges, which tells me that it was more than just, Judge Hippler, please don't accept the plea. Judge Hippler, please don't do this. It was things that were very bad. And I'm sorry, I have to be direct, but you will garner that kind of, even if you don't intend it, if you solicit people to contact the judge, and anyone, even if they're being malicious, then contacts a judge, especially multiple people, and says something very bad, the judge is not going to take it out on you, but the judge is going to stand up there and do what Judge Hippler did, which is to say, like, don't. He didn't want to. You could tell he was mad in two senses. One, mad that people sent that stuff to him, and two, mad that he had to say it. But he had to, because somebody clearly made like it was probably more than words. Somebody probably like actionably was talking about things, and that will get, especially to a judge, that will get you a reprimand in court. Not the families, but he was talking about the people who sent him and his staff emails. That'll get you a reprimand. I'm sorry we had to talk about that, but I do agree. Judge Hippler took a very matter-of-fact approach, which you have to as a judge, but he set the tone of this now that we listened to what happened. I think he could have, and I'm being gentle, he could have just, even with the most serious possible letters, just referred it for criminal investigation, let them get charged, okay? And then, I mean, you're talking about a judge, a sitting judge, in writing, so let them get charged, and then Judge Hippler can speak that way. Doing it the way he did right before this left a bad taste in some people's mouths. Now, that doesn't mean I don't understand why Judge Hippler was upset. I do. I just don't. If he knew this was coming, this recitation of facts, he probably shouldn't have made the families, or one of the families in particular, feel guilty. And that led to a little bit of a backlash after court.
Single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath. as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the third floor, it was on the second floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were two other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep.
He's not saying that so there's no speculation. He's saying that so Kohberger won't get murdered in prison.
During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned.
A container in his hand? Did anyone pick up on that? Hi, LS. Welcome back. Did anyone hear him say that? Did Kohberger leave with a container? Kohberger was a heroin addict. Are you telling me that people in this house sold narcotics? Hi, Jesse. Yeah, I agree. Did you hear them just say he walked out with a container? He was a heroin addict. She was a... Are you telling me that Maddie was a drug dealer? He was an HS? What's HS? Wait, so let's go out through this together. Brian Kohberger was a heroin addict. He went directly to her room and she sold drugs. Okay. I mean, folks, I get he killed a bunch of other people, which was really, really screwed up too. But, bro, he reached out to her on DM. He was trying to buy drugs. I mean, listen. Now, I'm not blaming any of them, by the way, because it doesn't matter if you're involved with drugs. You should still not be murdered. That's ridiculous. That's really scary. But what I just heard was that he left with a container. I also understand that there were drugs at this house, whether it was being sold or not. Like this was a party house. That there were drugs there. He was a heroin addict. I agree. He was panic murdered by Maestro, but he left with a container. Can we listen to that one more time?
Leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. Hold on. Speculation. There were two other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4...
All right. I'm telling you. Well, yeah, of course, Jesse. Listen, it makes a big difference. And I get why this is very sensitive, but like, it's very possible. And listen, we're never going to know, because I'm going to guess part of the reason the state pled a lot of this out was I was already hearing that the roommate, if she testified, it was going to be blacked out. There was going to be no media coverage, just written coverage, kind of like when KF testified in John's trial. Yeah. Hey, Steph, is it possible? Let's see. So first of all, you can't, like, there's only certain drugs you can flush. And there's only certain drugs with a high street value that you would flush. And there's only certain drugs that people would murder you for flushing. He didn't need drugs. He might have killed her because he might have been a contracted killer. If it was blow or like blue pills, or it wouldn't, like X wouldn't do. You couldn't have enough ecstasy for it. They're like $3 a pill. It wouldn't matter. You could just pay it off. Like if it were cocaine, if you're talking like kilos of cocaine, okay, you could flush that down the toilet, and yeah, that would cause some issues. If you're talking like 20,000 press pills, okay, that would also be possible. But there's only certain, and I don't mean to go down this road, but there's only certain narcotics that you could be fronted on consignment, flush down a toilet, and then get like that kind of repercussions. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Murder by Maestro, listen, bro. I don't know if you understand. I know you understand, but like, do you understand what drug dealing culture is like in the United States? Especially if you're moving like blow or like pressed pills. Like, yes, they will kill you, especially the cartels. It's not a joke. They will just kill you. I'm not saying I'm using the royal you. Like, that is not, I'm not, and they will use something like that to do it. So, no, you're not right. And they will do it over amounts like 50K, 100K, 250K. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but like, you can't, to suggest that, you know, and I'm not, listen, there's something that the state knows about this that is not being revealed. You know what I'm saying? And you don't leave with a container. Murder by Maestro, listen. Listen. If you really want to do this, we can, okay? We can find out if they were selling narcotics there. I don't want to. They're dead. I feel this is a horrible, brutal quadruple murder. But, you know, if the put it this way, if the families wanted answers and they don't care what the answer is, if they just want an answer, then yes, I would do that. Just hobbyist? No, I will not do it right now. But if the families wanted, like, they're not going to come to me, but if the families put out a statement saying they don't care what the answer is, they just want an answer, then yes, we could probably confirm whether or not that happened. We could probably, I guarantee they might, maybe they were CIs, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to, I really don't want to, but if it's important to the families, let's just say I would do that. I would help them figure out what happened. Murder by Maestro, it's very likely she didn't just flush drugs. She might have like flipped on whoever she was selling for. That can get you taken out. Okay, so Murder by Maestro. So Murder by Maestro, let me just start with this, okay? And I hate to do this, but people who sell drugs don't do the drugs that they're selling, okay? If you are a cocaine dealer, the stupidest thing in the world you can do is do cocaine. You will have an abundance of cocaine, and you will not technically be paying for it because it will be on credit, and then you will get killed by the cartels. So people who sell drugs don't do that like that. Don't do the drugs they sell. That would be stupid. Literally, it's in the Biggie song, the 10 Crack Commandments, okay? Don't get high on your own supply. It's not because it's like morally wrong. It's because you will have an abundance of drugs and you will be on credit, and you will eventually, if it's cocaine, do so much that you will get in debt and not pay back your supplier because you'll do all the drugs. So smoking weed, drinking beers, and having a party house is exactly the kind of, it's like what the frats sell drugs. Listen, okay? Frats sell drugs. I don't know what to tell you, bruh. Like that, it's the biggest sources of narcotic distribution are college campuses. That is the pipeline. That is the end of the pipeline in the United States. College campuses. That is where I'd say 80% of recreational narcotics are consumed domestically in the United States. You know, so, and listen, I trust Steph on this, okay? The idea was someone else in the house was, and she didn't like that. Well, no, Murder by Maestro. Yeah, no, listen, I agree with you. And listen, Murder by Maestro, there are no Kohbergers anymore. He's in jail. He did it, okay? Part of what we do, and I don't like this about the work that we do, it's very uncomfortable, but it also, there's a justice component to it. There's always what happens on the surface and then the why, okay? Now, if I listened to that recitation of facts and there was nothing that caught my ear about his behavior, Kohberger's behavior during the robbery, beyond just his sadistic nature and targeting Maddie, I probably would have stopped at he was obsessed with her. But like, you know. All right, Jew Drops, I'm willing. Listen, Jew Drops, this is where I've come with this. Brian Kohberger did it. He admitted to doing it. The only way I will ever look more into this, okay, and I won't do any deep dives. I won't go into any declassified files. I won't look at anything. The only way I will ever look more into that is if it's not directly to me, but any way requested by any of the families through a public statement. If any of them say, like, we really want to know what happened and we don't care where it goes, then I am willing to look more into it. But as of now, no. I don't see any value to doing that right now. I don't think that it benefits anyone. I think the state did act a little weird about this case, and I think the Conclaves family in particular knows that the state acted a little weird. But the other families, I think, know why they acted weird and are okay with it, and the Conclaves family is not. Which tells me that the Conclaves family either has answers and can't talk about them or wants answers. But I'm not going to do it unless unless they ask. I'm not going to prompt them to. I'm going to see what unfolds. But Murder by Maestro, Murder by Maestro, tell me, where did the first reports about the knife sheath come out? You remember? Wasn't it on, like, some social media site? Peony and Rose, yes, can you link me it? If you have Dr. G's analysis of Kohberger's body language, I'd be happy for us to play it as soon as we get through the reading of the facts. So give me 1 second.
20 that morning. So this would have been 15 minutes or so later. Defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom would see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walinta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks it heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment, where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. He was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up. The defendant's phone then went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined, on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th of 2022, business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Kohberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Kohberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Kohberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI, who assisted immensely with this case, working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Logan's body in the bed. Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court, the public, the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office. Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. You can try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had been meticulously cleaned inside. And the state would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, excuse me, Mr. Kohberger.
Oh, I was wondering why it stopped. That was the end of the video. All right, so a few things. I did a lot of chatting. Here's my input after all of my chatting. One, murder by maestro. I don't think anyone is saying he was going there to buy drugs or to steal drugs. That was just, you know, why would you take a little container out? Your explanation makes sense, a biohazard suit. Second of all, what he did in that house is horrifying, and he clearly targeted Maddie. Kaylee wasn't supposed to be there. He was stalking out that house. He clearly targeted Madison. Now, do you understand, as I said, if one of the families put out a statement saying, we want to know, it would not be very hard, just like with the younger brother in the marathon bombing or whatever, to find out if what was going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that hard, okay? It's a very small world, even though the country is very big. You don't have to work. You don't have to dig that deep in a small town to find out about narcotics trafficking. Now, listen, Steph, I know that you dug it down and whatnot, and you know, but I'm telling you, the kind of thing that can happen is, okay, maybe somebody flushes somebody's drugs. Somebody didn't know those drugs were on consignment. The drugs were on consignment to a heavy hitter. The drugs were more valuable than the person who flushed them realized. You know. I hate it about that world, but like, that's how you get a hit put out on you. And Brian Kohberger almost committed the perfect crime, but for leaving the knife sheath. And I wonder if he came into a lot of money around that time. Yeah, listen, I'm telling you, listen, and I'm going to be very direct with this. It's not because I want to, you know, disprove anyone's theory or anything like that. But if there is ever a question, and it has to be from the families, any one of them, about what really happened, then yes, it would not be very hard in a small town, even from the East Coast, okay, to figure out what happened. All right? You just go back if I found the stuff that I found earlier, I'm telling you, I could. If there was anything going on, if he was ever in that house, if there were narcotics trafficking going on in that house, I will eventually get the narcotic, what happened, and if she was targeted in a gangland execution, you know, like, you're never going to know that who was behind it. The thing that really is telling here is it's just too perfect. The criminology student who does the perfect crime, you know, he's in contact with killers, and okay, but he also probably wanted to make money, you know. You don't need, like, think about it. why, if you're going to do that anyway, why, and you're that smart, why wouldn't you just make money doing it? Okay, what's the easiest way to make money? Look, especially if you're in the drug scene, look for a contract hit. Come on. I know, Jew Drops, I know. That's what I don't like about it. Yeah, Steph, it is possible. And like, I'm not Murder by Maestro. I'm not. Just remember, Jack Ruby studied for years how to be a Marine. Lee Harvey Oswald studied for years how to be a marksman in the Marines and in the CIA. No one's saying that Kohberger wasn't trained in the act of killing. I believe he was trained in the act of killing and the forensic act of covering up killing. But I think he was doing it for money. That's my read of this. Okay, way too professional. Way too, and it could be the father or something involved with organized crime. Who knows? Because Steve Goncalves seemed to really have it out for the father. Okay, Murder by Maestro. Contract hit is a slaughter with zero DNA or blood evidence. I'm a little bit... Listen, Murder by Maestro, I know you're used to a lot of intelligence services hits. Gangland hits are very different. All right, it's very, very different. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, maybe it's kind of over there. Like you have the Andrata, right? And you have, I'd say the Andrata is probably the most prevalent international organization in Europe. Okay, so if you understand like what that is, okay, and you understand what a gangland execution is, it's not a military hit. Okay, it's not like a contract hit from a trained military unit. It is a oftentimes like very rough and tumble, but like methodical execution. Like walk up behind someone in a parking lot, shoot them with a pistol like 7 times. Okay, that's a gangland execution. Normally, and this is what makes this one a little weird, and why I don't want to ask a lot of questions, but I could if the families wanted, is that. Gangland executions are meant to send a message. They're meant to send a message to other people in the drug world, to other people in the organized crime world. Like you put like certain like signs on them. You put them in either you put them in the trunk of a car, or maybe like put a rat in their mouth, or put $20 bills in their mouth, or like if it's something a little worse, maybe other orifices are involved. A gangland, but this had none of that, okay? So it wasn't a mafia execution, and these kids were in college, okay? But it has all the hallmarks. It has, all, especially after listening to that, all the hallmarks of a, like, cartel hit. Like, all the hallmarks. Every single one of them. It's horrifying. And you get, I'm telling you, that's how you get caught up in that. And this Kohberger dude, I'm sure, was involved in drugs. He was a heroin addict. I know. No, Murder by Maestro, that's not what... Okay, we're having a language barrier here. Gangland execution does not mean you're in a gang. Gangland is an idiom. You might see it in like a CIA document describing an assassination on Castro as like, riddle him with bullets or something. That would be like a gangland assassination. It doesn't mean that Fidel Castro was in a gang or that the people that killed him were in a gang. It's an idiom that refers to a style of execution. But anyway, I don't want to go... It was horrifying to listen to that. I don't even know what to make of all this. I think that the Goncalves family might know more than they're letting on because they're so angry about this. You should have seen Anjanette Levy's interview with Steve Goncalves. Let's see if I can play it for you. Hold on. I think I saw it on Anjanette's page here. Give me 1 second. I agree. You know what I'm saying? Like I hate when this stuff happens because I don't just go out there looking for that. I don't want to. I don't think, like, clearly that was a very sensitive thing, that the state was negotiating. I don't want to be involved in that. I don't want, I can't make those decisions as to what's the right way. And I just can't. You know what I'm saying? They have to make very serious decisions about that. Like serious stuff can happen, okay? So we're going to listen to the statement from Maddie Mogan's family, and then we're going to listen to the Steve Goncalves comments, okay? We're going to start with a statement from Maddie Mogan's family, all right? From Anjanette Levy. Thank you very much to Anjanette for always centering the voices of the vulnerable. And we'll listen to the statement now. Give me 1 second. Consolve us. Consolve us. Consolve us. So as you know on the stream, it's not just one name. Phonetic pronunciation is very hard for me. I can read words and type them, but saying them sometimes is hard. So let me get this right. Hold on. Consolve us. Consolve us, family. The Consolve us family. So we're going to listen to the statement from Maddie Mogan's family and then the Consolve us family.
And we miss you. We are grateful for the gift of the young, vivacious, promising lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. And we deeply, deeply mourn their senseless loss. We remain in solidarity with their families and friends, and we continue to shower them with our prayers and support. We are grateful for their prayers, love, and support that they have given us. They have helped us and sustained us during our darkest times. We are grateful to the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, and his dedicated and caring team, including victim coordinators, Kim and Stacy, who have helped to guide us through the sometimes confusing and disorienting legal process. Thank you for all your dedicated, diligent, and tireless commitment to justice and the successful outcome reached today. We support the plea agreement 100%. While we know there are some who do not support it, we ask that they respect our belief that this is the best outcome possible for the victims, their families, and the state of Idaho. We extend our deep gratitude to the many law enforcement officers and staff who worked tirelessly to obtain the critical evidence that brought justice today, including the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, the Idaho State Patrol, and the Lake County Sheriff's Department. We are deeply grateful to Judge Hitler and Judge John Judge before him. We thank you for your diligence, thoughtfulness, and judicial guidance. We appreciate the difficult work you have done to balance the rights of all involved and uphold the rule of law. You have had our prayers and support throughout this case. We send our love and gratitude to the many family and friends who have supported us, cared for us, and helped us to heal our open emotional wounds. To the good people of North Idaho, who have showered us with kindness and support, we thank you. We also mourn today with you the recent tragic and senseless loss of two brave North Idaho firefighters. We extend our prayers and support to you and their families. You are not alone. We understand your pain. For all parents who have endured the loss of a child, we know recovery is a long and at times an almost unbearable journey. But you are not alone. And there is hope and there is healing. We thank those in the press who have respected our privacy and the grieving process, and the privacy and grieving process of the families of Kaylee, Xana. To others in the press, we gently encourage you to do the same. We thank the many people across our nation and beyond who have reached out to us, prayed for us, and extended their kindness. You too have helped us in our journey to healing.
That was the statement from Maddie Mogan's family attorney. Yeah, Steph, I agree. And that's so, I'm not going to send him an email, but if Steve, the father, Goncalves, I'm going to keep getting it wrong. I'm sorry. I'm going to work on it. If he keeps asking for answers, then yes, I will dig into it. And I mean, there's a paper trail to everything. everywhere. Okay, people remember things. People were there. Like if he was ever at that house, if they were really using. So I have to be very direct. If you have a house that you let people go to and you're not there, it's not just a party house. That's a trap house. Okay. I don't know if that's what, like, I trust that what's being reported by some of the super towels in the chat is right because of all the coverage of this. So if they were indeed, it's not that they were allowing parties there. That's the cover for it. Like, that's a trap house. Okay. Like a house where you go to with, like, you just go and can go in and party, quote unquote. Like, what it really means is you're, like, using it as a trap spot. All right. So a trap spot is a very specific kind of thing, and college campuses have a lot of trap spots, all right? Like, frat houses are trap spots, all right? They're like, it's for narcotics trafficking. Doesn't mean they were narcotics trafficking, okay? It means that that's a trap house. So, I don't know. Like, a quadruple murder at a trap house, I mean, of course the father wants answers, and the people who might have been trapping or facilitating trapping might not want answers, but it's tough. You know, imagine how this father feels, all right? So we're going to listen to his statement, and then tell me that you don't understand why people are asking questions.
He didn't give us the...
Hold on, Consalves. So Steve Consalves. I think that's right, Steve Consalves. It's very hard for me to do that because of the way my brain reads words versus says them. Steve Consalves.
He didn't give us the common courtesy to negotiate with us. He even pretend. He could have just pretended and then lied, but he didn't even pretend. He basically said, your guys' input isn't needed.
The judge could hear one thought from me that he should remember what is it.
He's going to own this. He's going to inherit what Thompson did, and he's the only one that can fix it. He's the only one who can make it right. He needs to protect those other surviving victims and make this person say that they had nothing to do with it. He did it solely. He did it all on his own, and nobody else was responsible. And then we won't keep having these supporters always saying that he got set up. We know what he's planning on doing. Somebody died, a vet died, and he's going to try to say that, put the blame on that person. So he's not going to take accountability. And Thompson didn't force him to take accountability. He didn't even negotiate. That's terrible.
You don't think 4 life sentences is justice?
No, of course not. It's daycare. Prison is daycare, people.
Steve, if you could tell the judge one thing today, what would it be?
Do what's right. Do what you know. I mean, 4 people died in their sleep. If we had 4 other people that weren't college students, this would be the death penalty.
What do you want us to know about Kaylee today?
Kaylee would be ashamed of what happened today.
What do you want to happen? Why do you want this to go to trial?
Because then my peers, this community, will decide that he's guilty. We can take it out of freaking Thompson's hands. One man shouldn't decide what 4 souls are worth.
You said they made a deal with the devil.
Well, yeah, they did. That's Thompson. Thompson made a deal with Kohberger. He was the only person that was considered.
What do you think of the other families who are glad this?
I'm telling you, he knows. Hold on, what is it? What's the link? Oh, the Dr. G link. Thank you so much. We'll watch it right now. We're going to listen to an analysis of Kohberger's body language. All right, everybody? Because Dr. G did an analysis, and apparently Dr. G is very good. Anyone that the Super Towels endorse, ladies and gentlemen, they immediately go on the Super Towel list, all right? Now, we also had some links to watch from Harvard Yard. We're going to at least start them. And then if we don't get to them, we're going to pick up with them on either Saturday or Sunday on our next stream. Oh, remember, we're going to do our Saturday watch-along stream, folks. We're going to either watch Sherlock Holmes or one of the requests from our list. But right now, we're going to do the and this actually might have been one of the links that were sent. Harvard Yard, I apologize. I know Harvard Yard's busy today. But if we don't get to Harvard Yard's all three. We're going to at least work. We're going to at least do one link on Anjanette Levy being in court yesterday, and then there's an analysis of three cases that looks really good. But we're going to start with Dr. G's analysis of Kohberger's body language. I'm going to comment on it a little bit. We're going to watch it together.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here.
LS, I don't foresee any federal charges coming on this. For federal charges on murder like that, it's not like fleeing. You have to like kill someone while carjacking across state lines, or like kill someone and then carjack a car and drive across state lines. I'm not a lawyer, you're a lawyer, but I don't know. I don't foresee federal charges. What I foresee is Steve Gonsalves getting answers, which some people might not like because I'm pretty sure it involves drugs, but he's going to get answers. I can see it in his eyes, and he respects the other families in the country and the system. He's not going to just blow it wide open, but if he finds out and he gets the smoking gun, he's going to talk about it. And I'm pretty sure Kohberger was just like a hitman. I'm 90% sure. 95. It's not that Kohberger didn't do it. He did it. None of the victims were responsible. It wasn't some setup. It was just he was a hitman. And being a hitman means that we didn't get all the answers, and that's why I could see some of the families being upset. Some of the other families might be like, okay, I don't think we should open this can of worms. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let's read the body language.
Here, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
No, Murder by Maestro, it's not, because John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer who lived in the town of Canton and was raising two children and was literally in a neighborhood. These college students were living in a trap house. It's two completely different things, okay? You have to just... I think there might be a barrier here because, so the United States drug culture functions a certain way. It exists a certain way. It blends in a certain way. Okay, I went to college in the United States. I have been to multiple colleges, state schools, land-grant universities, private colleges. I've seen fraternities, social clubs, finals clubs. I'm telling you, I know what a trap house is. That doesn't mean that that's what was responsible here, but you can't compare it to a Boston police officer raising two children. It was 5 kids in a trap house.
As well as a body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language.
Oh, of course, LS. No, of course. And LS, I love scientists. LS, did you know we were talking about the distinction between PCR testing, qPCR testing, and plating the other day? Did you know, LS, that my reporting in Massachusetts actually led to a testing lab? I'm going to take credit because I worked hard on this. Getting shut down for manipulating the detection of total yeast and mold via microarray hybridization PCR methodology testing. I have to show you this. You don't understand. This is the greatest thing you're going to read. You're going to be like, Towel, wait, you're a scientist? Yes, I'm a scientist. Of course I'm a scientist. All right, ready? I'm going to link it for you. I'm not actually a scientist. I'm a towel. All right, so going to link it for you now. Give it to me. Give me 1 second, little towels. Give me 1 second. Murder by Maestro. I'm telling you, I know what I'll look more into it, all right? But, like, eventually, like, first of all, why does it matter, Murder by Maestro? He still killed them. Whether it was a hit or not, it's not their fault. Like, he killed them. But it's not John O'Keefe in Canton. It's 5 college kids in a trap house. LS, check this out. I think you'll find my story so interesting because it's not just PCR versus qPCR versus plating. It's how you can manipulate the microarray hybridization methodology to facilitate contaminated products reaching the market. Oh, God bless you, LS. Well, yes, so Murder by Maestro, that's right. What I'm telling you, though, is like, we're not going to do this. We're not going to go into we're not going to investigate it right now, right? But if Steve Gonsalves or whatever keeps demanding answers, then yes, like I'm at least going to go down the path. Maybe I'm wrong in the sense that my gut intuition isn't right. But, you know, Murder by Maestro, there could be a point 6 months from now, 12 months from now, 24 months from now, where somebody comes out and says exactly what we're talking about now, who lived in that town, who went to the house, whatever. We can't just not talk about it. You know what I'm saying? okay, murder by maestro, no one is saying that it's fact. Like, all you have to realize is that, especially if Steve Consalves keeps pushing for answers, and, you know, I'm just telling you, like, you have to keep your mind open to the possibility that in 6 to 12 months we could be looking at this again. You know what I'm saying? And it could be because the family, the Consalves family wants it, which we have to respect, and then we will do it. Yeah, okay, but again, murder by maestro, again, no one is saying as fact that these people were in a trap house or that this was in any way involved with narcotics. I think what people are rightfully saying is, if the family or any of the families demand answers, and this information comes up because towns are very small, then we can't just exactly, bossy Texas chick. But also, that's why you don't even walk down that path unless the family, any of the families, demand answers. And then you never foreclose any possibility, because that's how you prevent information that is relevant from being discovered. Now, maybe at the end of the road, it will be me standing here saying the Consalves family demanded answers, and the answer was that Brian Kohberger was a crazy person who stalked and then killed these poor students for no reason, just because he wanted to kill people and get away with it. That's entirely possible. But it could be that it could be an entirely different situation. And, you know, listen, I get it's hard for people, right, to see especially if you're not in the, like, if you haven't gone to college in the United States, been around this culture, why you'd see, like, oh, it's just a neighborhood home, you know, it's just college kids living together. That's similar to just John raising his kids. Like, no, it's not. It's very different. It's just a different culture. It's very different. Okay, it's just very different. But yes, that link is my original reporting, Eva. But yes, and so again, and we shouldn't engage in any tu quoque here, of course, because saying if the victims' families want answers and this is one line of inquiry is very different than saying, and that line of inquiry is either foreclosed or confirmed, right? So again, we don't want to go down any tu quoque pathways, because it's more of a question of, would you foreclose a question asked by a family of a victim? And I would say no, I wouldn't do it. Does that mean that it's 100% right? No, that's outrageous. 6 to 12 months from now, who knows? But no, they're mutually exclusive here. But yes, so I also, let me see. You're at the Mad Hatters. Are you at the Mad Hatters Tea Party? No, you're at Little Towel, about to watch Dr. G's body language analysis of the Brian Kohberger plea hearing. So listen, if we come to 6 to 12 months from now, not because of me, murder by maestro, but because of Steve Consalves, and this situation is being discussed again, you know, I just want to say, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to be my normal Little Towel self and be like, I'm a Little Towel, all right? I'm going to say nothing. I'm just going to report on it and say nothing. But in my mind, you'll know what I'm thinking. All right, let's watch this. I think Dr. G's analysis of the body language is actually really good. I only saw a few minutes of it this morning, so let's watch it now. I'm going to comment on it.
Of Brian Kohberger as he enters his guilty plea. Brian Kohberger is admitting guilt to the murder of 4 Idaho University students. Before we get started with this, couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. So I know the quality is not stellar, but we are going to be watching clips of Brian Kohberger during his change of plea hearing. Let's just jump right in.
Murder by maestro, the difference between processing information, receiving a tip, confirming a tip, and confirming a story are 4 different things. All right? Just remember that. And to get to the 4th level, you must do a bunch of things at the 1st level. And not every one of them is going to lead to a confirmation. But the only way you get to very serious information is by asking questions. Ideally, continuing to ask questions till you get to the right question. I'm sympathetic to your position, my dear friend. I'm just saying. For example, do you know how many people said that my no, Eva. Oh, sorry. No, Eva. This was a different lab, and this was not medicinal genomics testing kits. It was Pathogen DX, and that's a company run by a guy named Milan, I think, out in Nevada. But no, not Kevin. Not Kevin. Kevin's kits are not being manipulated right now, as far as I know. Kevin's kits produce reliable results, from my understanding. But hold on. Bossy Texas Chick, you are, see, that's what makes this channel what it is. You are entitled to that opinion. I'll respect it. And Bossy Texas Chick, I'll be the first person to say that you were right, if that's what it turns out to be. And trust me, I've seen families push for answers, as so many of you have for years. And if we get to that point, I will stand up there and say, you were murdered by Maestro was right. Hello, Crassus. I wouldn't call us towel riders. No. I like your spunk. And also, you have to declare if you're some kind of turtle rider or free care and read person. We'll welcome you here, but then we can't really, give you a blue wrench right away, because otherwise, I don't know, people are like, why'd you give them a wrench? So just declare your allegiances, and you're welcome to stay as long as you don't be discriminatory or engage in sea lioning or engage in derogatory behavior. Oh, don't worry about it. Steph, listen, there have been so many things that people have said in here that any number of people would say, oh, that's just an opinion, etc. Of course, that's what makes it so valuable, because the amalgamation of different perspectives facilitates the unification of the kernels of truth which define the historical mosaic that we're trying to paint authentically in line with the asymptotic relationship between human beings and universal truth. But I also keep getting distracted. Steph, do not feel bad. I am so pleased that we had that conversation. People are going to have powerful opinions about intense subjects, and it's okay to have them. Doesn't mean that we're not still all towel friends. Hand in fans, where is my wrench? Well, Crassus, we have certain screening procedures here. You have to declare your allegiance to whatever side, so we can do full disclosure, and then we have to determine if you can follow the no being derogatory, no being discriminatory, no sea lioning, and no rage baiting rules. If you can follow all those, then we'll consider giving you a wrench.
So this is Brian Kohberger looking far more anxious than we've seen him look before. Now, that may be obvious because he's about to plead guilty, but he is somebody who is demonstrating that he's quite anxious. You're seeing heavy breathing. It looked like a second ago he was actually looking at the camera, then changed his posture. Watch this right here. You can also see him rocking in his chair. He's moving his mouth. Lots of anxiety today, which is interesting because we really haven't seen that from him before. We've seen a little bit of body language here and there, but we have not seen him looking stressed like this. We haven't seen him need to move around this way.
All right, this is CR01243165. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Miss. I want to point out that there have been calls by some for the public to contact me and my office in an attempt to influence my decision-making in this case. This has been extraordinarily disruptive for court staff and the ability for them to get work done, not only in this case, but in other cases where defendants are entitled to...
If you look at Brian Kohberger's body language, it really is reminiscent of Chad Daybell. Chad Daybell is remarkable in his ability to sit still and to just stare straight ahead. And we're seeing a lot of the similar body language in Brian Kohberger. Not that I'm criticizing it. It's appropriate for court. I'm not saying he shouldn't be doing that. But typically people feel more and we just see more body language spill out. So it's...
Yeah, I recognize that too. I mean, he's like very disciplined. That's what I mean, like too disciplined.
It's interesting that he has what I consider remarkably similar body language to Chad Daybell in that way.
All right, Mr. Kohberger, I need to ask you some questions this afternoon, or I guess it's this morning still. I do this to ensure...
It's interesting that despite what he has done, he is somebody that appears to want to follow the rules in this way. You can see him very precisely scooting back his chair, I guess, in case he needs to stand up. And so you can see he is very rigid in his behavior. I know a lot of people talk about the fact that he has an autism spectrum diagnosis. And in some ways, when people say, does that affect his body language? Not really for the most part. But in these ways, it does. That kind of precision and rigidity can be associated with issues like that.
Sure that you understand, so that I
don't know. I'm on the spectrum. I mean, I'm not in court, but my body language tends to be pretty expressive.
Assured that you understand the nature of the charges to which I understand you're going to plead guilty.
And you can see him nodding his head as they're talking about the nature of the charges. So he very much is showing full body language that he knows what's going on, that he is a party to this, that at no point can he come back later and say, I didn't know what was happening. So obviously they're covering those bases, and we're seeing body language consistent with somebody that gets the situation.
But I am assured that you understand the nature of the charges to which I understand you're going to plead guilty, as well as the possible consequences to you of your guilty pleas. I want to make sure your plea is given voluntarily, and I want to make sure that you actually committed the crimes to which you're pleading guilty, because I don't want you to plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit. If you attempt to plead guilty today...
Now that was interesting. As soon as the judge starts saying, I want to make sure that you are guilty of the crimes you're admitting to, he does get very still all of a sudden. That goes back to that freeze moment. Even though he's going to be admitting to it, I think that's going to be very challenging. And his immediate reaction was to stop nodding his head and to freeze in that moment.
I want to make...
This guy is great. Dr. G, I only saw a little bit of this. This is a great... Alley 90211, that should be your slogan. I'm not always right, just most of the time. Yeah, I agree in so many ways. Hello, Ange. Hello, Selma. I agree with you. I think this man, I think he would gleefully do it again. Like, he looked proud of himself. But you notice, like, Dr. G's right. Like, when it comes to actually admitting guilt, like, there's that moment of like, and is that about himself? What is he like so hesitant about if he's so clearly he's not shaken by this, but just that reaction. Dr. G called it out better than I did. I'll just let him keep talking.
Make sure that you actually committed the crimes to which you're pleading guilty, because I don't want you to plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit. If you attempt to plead guilty today, but for some reason I don't accept your plea, then it is possible that your statements today could be used against you later at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And now, while you're standing, actually, why don't you take the oath from the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter not
Similar to as he's been seated, he is very rigid. That is just sort of how his body seems to operate. Once again, as he's standing, his body language does tend to be very rigid and very precise.
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Kohberger, just to make it easier, you don't need to stand when you speak to me. I appreciate the sign of respect, but for convenience, you can remain seated, all right?
Continuing to see the head nods, continues to be engaged. All of those are positive signs for anybody that wants this plea deal to go through.
Before I start asking you questions today, have you consumed substantive questions? Let me ask you, have you consumed any alcohol, drug, or other intoxicating substance that would impair your ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Yes.
All right. I want you to understand what
the importance of those questions. I know it may seem silly or unnecessary, but when you have somebody who truly is disconnected from reality, when you have somebody that's psychotic or somebody that's acting up, they're not able to behave in the way that Brian Kohberger is right now. So we're getting confirmation after confirmation that he is of sound mind. He is able to actually engage in this process. So later he can't come back and say, well, I was not in the right state of mind at the time. He's not showing any signs, zero signs of anything like that. He's very precise. He's answering appropriately. His body language is consistent. And all of that is good for the prosecutor and everybody else.
All right, I want you to understand what the possible penalties are for each of the crimes to which I understand you're going to offer a guilty plea today. They include on count 1, the burglary, a fine of up to $50,000 and a period of incarceration of up to 10 years in the state penitentiary. You may be required to pay restitution to any victims of the crime. Count 2, 3, 4, and 5 for first-degree murder. The consequences include a fine of up to $50,000, a period of incarceration.
He continues to remain remarkably still even after hearing that. And what that says is that he's someone that really does value control. Not that that should be surprising for somebody who commits murder like this. Control, power, all of those things are things they're going to really value. And right now, the outward appearance of being in control is going to be extremely important to him. It remains extremely important to him.
Of life imprisonment, which is a requirement of a sentence, that it be a life sentence with a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 10 years. As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone other than the state's agreements?
Another thing that's very interesting about the way his body language operates is that when he says no, he doesn't shake his head. He'll nod it for yes, but he will not shake it for no. And that goes back to that control. It's very interesting that because most people do that. We do it automatically. We can't help it. We just go ahead and shake our head no when we're thinking no or when we're saying it. You're seeing nothing like that from him. He's just sitting still.
I mean, look at me right now. Like, even as I'm listening to Dr. G, I'm like, yep. Also, thank you to Super Towel Selma, who sent a tweet to Towel Mom, and Towel Mom responded back that Towel is very smart. Yay! Towel feels loved and supported. Oh.
Precise. Totally in control is the impression he wants to give.
With respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No. Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied with the advice you've received?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you to your satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
Now, that had a more emphatic yes. He does seem to really like his attorneys, and that's a very interesting point, because it seems to be that even though they've led him to a place where he's going to be spending the rest of his life in prison, it's the best option they've got, and that emphatic yes seems to be something he actually really feels.
The state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died. As to count 3, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand?
So we're continuing to see the same precise body language. Any anxieties that may have shown up at the beginning are completely gone now. At this point, he is only showing you what he wants to show you, and we're not seeing anything in the brow, anything in the face. I know the quality is not great, but typically, even if somebody's experiencing anger, sadness, whatever, you're still going to see some of that, and you're not seeing anything right now. He's just being very precise and very controlled.
I want to also make, for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
Once again, you're seeing that strong emphasis on these. This is something he feels more. He may feel pride over the facts that were written down in that document. I know, as disgusting as that is to say, for whatever reason, he's responding more emphatically to this than the other things.
On November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being.
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Right now, we're seeing no shame, no anxiety, no guilt, no remorse. You are getting absolutely nothing. It's very similar. I was on Court TV last night, and it's actually very similar to a clip they showed of BTK when he was talking about his crimes. Very matter of fact, very precise, really focused on his own intellect, so there was no emotion to be seen there. And that's very similar to what we're seeing here. There's nothing remorseful or anxious or sad or anything like that we're seeing at all.
He's right about that. Steph, don't feel that way. Even some of the families have questions. Everyone is entitled to express how they feel. That's what discourse is all about, my dear friend. Never feel bad for having a perspective. And some issues make that's what discussion is all about. But some issues are going to make people very passionate, okay? And you were not being malicious. I don't think you're being malicious any more than a family member of a victim saying, we want answers. This isn't answers. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I can't wait to see it, Selma. Hold on. So as we are doing our Dr. G body language analysis, we have a special tweet that Selma found from Towel Mom. Well, Selma tweeted at Towel Mom, and Towel Mom responded. So I'm going to bring it up for you right now. Let me just bring it up on the screen, okay? This is very nice. And if you want to see Towel Mom get interviewed on Towel Stream, you know what we can do? You all just let Towel Mom know on X, okay? You say, Towel Mom, we want you to come on for a 30-minute interview with Towel, and we'll do it sometime over the next week. And if Towel Mom says yes, then we'll do it, okay? That's our Towel Mom plan. I have to follow Selma. Okay, ready? So take a look at this. Hold on. Don't start speaking, Dr. G. Not yet. Oh, I dropped my water bottle. Everybody calm. All right, ready? Everybody calm. Find our towel buddies. Here comes the tweet. Ready? There it is. Oh, everybody follow Selma, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody follow Selma. Stay calm and mind the gap. Stay calm and imagine if we just flood Towel Mom with tweets. Towel Mom, we would like you to be interviewed by Towel. And also Towel's wonderful. And so are you, Towel Mom. Towel Mom will be overwhelmed and baffled. No, LS, trust me, she will. She won't listen to me. She thinks she's baffled by my existence. She just doesn't listen to me. She just discards everything I say. No matter if I'm right or not. Okay. If I told her, people wanted me to interview you, she'd be like, no, they don't. They don't exist. What are you talking about? I'd be like, what do you mean? She doesn't get it. So that's why we have to flood her Twitter, and then she'll be like, oh, God, he wasn't kidding. We have a Towel Mom plan. Yep, no, listen. LS, you just got to trust my gut on this one. That's what we need to do to get Towel Mom to go along with the plan. And yes, Steph, you are enveloped in the fluffy towel fibers of the towel universe, and you know it, my dear friend. Hi, Laura Lee Dixon. Oh, Peonian Bros. Fludda Twitter. So Twitter is a fludder. Yes, I love it. You just wanted to hear me say Twitter is a fludder. I love the emojis Drew drops. Allie90211 says, I demand towel mom. We're going to have to start a petition. I demand towel mom. That's hilarious. All right, we're going back to Dr. G. Hold on. Now that we're all following Selma on X. Oh, Eva, that's wonderful. Also, Eva, that reminds me, since I have at least until Saturday off, let me know, my dear friend. Maybe I will make my trip to see you either... Maybe not on the holiday. Well, it depends if you're doing nothing. Or the day after. I would love to come down the Cape, and I'm going to take tomorrow and the next day off, and then we're going to do our... Oh, by the way, while I have you here, folks, Watch Along Saturday is going to be happening. I took so many of your requests. By the way, can someone please reach out to Wicked Uma? I think we need to let Wicked Uma know that Diana is gone. We haven't seen Wicked Uma in a few days. I'm a little concerned, so I just want to make sure they're okay and that they know they're welcome here. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, no, thank you, Steph. Allie90211 says, instead of a petition, she's going to be stomping her foot for Towel Mom. Listen, that may work. You know, there was probably an ancient cultural tradition where you just do that and people do things. You know what I'm saying? So I'm down with it, Allie. Also, just a reminder, Saturday stream, we are doing, yes, Drew Drops, you're going to love Towel Mummy. She's wonderful. Towel Mummy is wonderful. Well, I will say Drew Drops refers to you as Towel Mummy, and she'll be like, what, like a mummy? And I'll be like, no, that's how British people say mummy. Oh, yes, and yes, Claudia Montano. Opinions matter. Steph's opinions matter. And then... I might be too tough for this room. I can't be hanging around a bunch of mammy-pampies. I have an image to maintain, says Bossy Texas Chick. All right, listen, Bossy Texas Chick, we know that you and Bella are rough and tumble soldiers of fortune, all right? I'm going to write a book about you, okay? It's going to be based off of E. Howard Hunt's book called The Island of Brimini, all right? And I'm going to make it about this super towel cat that loves towels and then a super towel named Bossy Texas Chick. And you all are going to be soldiers of fortune who go around the world in order to overthrow countries for the purposes of putting Bella in positions of power so she can distribute towels to the local population. When people question you, you are just going to say, this is Bella, she really likes towels, and then no one will ask any questions. You know, because if you just, it's a conversation stopper. If you just say, this is a cat who really likes towels, that's why we're overthrowing your country. What are they going to say to that? It doesn't flow logically from the overthrow of the country, so they can't really, what are they, no? Well, we already overthrew your country. Bella's in charge now. What are you going to do about it? They're just going to be pacified. So, in short, Bossy Texas Chick and Bella are going to be subversive agents to overthrow countries around the world. And when they ask questions, Bossy Texas Chick is going to hold up Bella and be like, this is Bella. She likes towels. That's why we're here. They'll be baffled. They won't understand what's going on. And then, you see what I'm saying? We'll be on the road to towel-based world domination in no time. And Bella will be pleased. Laura Lee Dixon, it's a bit of an inside joke. If you'd like to meet Bella, Bella is one of our Towel Channel mascots. I'll be happy to introduce you to Bella. Bella is actually a cat. Bossy Texas Chick is not a cat, although it's possible she is a cat in human form. I haven't really looked into that. I don't really want to know if she is a cat in human form. I mean, I'm pleased for her that she learned how to use a keyboard, but still, this is Bella, all right? So if you're wondering what are we talking about, this is Bella, okay? See Bella right there? Yes, okay, you got it. I think we have to go back to Dr. G, but listen, Laura Lee Dixon wanted to know who Bella was, and you know I'm not going to turn down an opportunity to be like, that's Bella. Look at her. Look, she's right there. I had Bella on the screen ready to show you. We're an informative public information service. What do you want me to say? All right, back to Dr. G. I'm going. I was just reminding you that on Saturday we will be back, and we're only going till 5 o'clock tonight. We only have 12 minutes left on this video, so we're making good time. We're going to be back on Saturday together for Watch Along Saturdays. And before we close today, I will let you know, we got 12 more minutes of this video. I just want to let you know that part of our Watch Along Saturdays, if your name is Filthy Rat B, or LS, or MBM, or Anthony Barton, or LS, or Kath Dawn, or Nancy from the 508, or Nunya, or Deafwater, or D-Nice, or Alley 90211, I wrote down all of your requests, and I have them memorized, and I have them here. There's a big list. I don't know what we're going to watch from this list. I'm thinking Faulty Towers might be on the list, at least one Sherlock Holmes episode. Matlock, I think if I can find a public domain episode of Matlock is on the list for Saturday. So this is just a preview. It's coming up on 4:30 p.m. We're going to finish this Dr. G interview, and then I'm going to take us home. However, Saturday, after 2 days off, because it's America time, ladies and gentlemen, it is almost the 4th of July. Towel loves America. Towel is going to wrap himself in a flag, not literally, figuratively. He's going to walk outside after 5 o'clock Eastern. He's going to pretend that he's in the movie The Sandlot, and then I'm going to come back home. I'm going to message Steph on Twitter, and I'm going to be like, Steph, I got a hot dog, I got a slice of pizza, I got peanut M&Ms, and I got whatever else reminds me of America. And I'm sitting in front of my TV, and I'm turning on The Sandlot. And then Steph is going to turn on The Sandlot. It's going to be the greatest American experience of all time. And then tomorrow, I'm taking the day off for July 4th. I'm going to do American-based things. Then Friday, I'm taking the day off. I'll try to pester Eva about going to visit her. We'll see. Then I'm going to come back Saturday, and we're going to do our watch-along, and you all can tell me about what wonderful things you did, either in America to celebrate America or around the world in celebration of America. And you might be saying, sir, I'm not in America. Well, that's okay. We aren't in Canada, and we celebrated Canada Day the other day. It was a little weird that we celebrated it by watching a Biker Wars documentary, but I don't regret any of it, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is going to be amazing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not... Oh, no, I only get 1 day off. I've totally miscalculated. Oh, no. What do you mean tomorrow's Friday? Why can't it be Wednesday? Oh, God, why does time have to work the way it does? I've lost track of the days of the week. I wanted it to be Wednesday so badly, you don't understand. All right, so... Listen, all right, so I figured it out. I'm going to take, are you going to wave a flag all day? Yes, I don't have my flag with me because the only flag we have is actually hanging outside. It's the highest flag hanging on the house, although I think we also have another flag for one of my mom's causes or on the back of the house, but it's lower than the American flag. I made sure of it. I am not holding my American flag because it is flying outside the house, and there's certain days you're supposed to fly it. I think you put it up today for tomorrow. I don't remember. We've had it up for a little while. Anyway, I'm going to go get the flag. I will get my own little flag tomorrow, and I will march around being like, I love America. Wait a minute. What day is it? Are you all messing with me? It's Thursday. Oh, I really wanted it to be Wednesday, and I wanted you to be pranking me. Oh, no. All right. Okay, hold on. How about this? We'll still do Watch Along Saturday. We'll just start it a little bit later in the day. So I'll technically get a day and a half off. All right? All day tomorrow and then Saturday. Will I be yelling? Yeah. Oh, yes. Ange, I've decided that a new tradition is on July 4th. I'm going to parade around the streets with an American flag yelling, I'm a towel and I'm an American. And I'm not a communist. And I'm just going to see what people say. It'll be hilarious. 5MEOTMT, it's so good to see you, my friend. Yes, we are going to have an International Unity Day of towels celebrating America. Now, the types of things you can do to do this is you can make little meatballs. Okay, we really like meatballs in America. And then you can, you shouldn't put Q-tips with flags in them, but you can tomorrow. Okay, it's technically against the flag code. You put the little meatballs on a tray. You put a little Q-tip, not Q-tip, what are they called? It's made of paper. I can't believe I'm forgetting the name for this instrument. Toothpick. You put a toothpick in the meatball. You put an American flag on the toothpick. That is very American. Now, I'm doing my best, Vicky. Now, the other thing that you can do to celebrate America is you can watch the movie The Sandlot. I'm going to convince Steph to simultaneously, as I watch The Sandlot tonight, put on The Sandlot. You see what I mean? Now, a lot of you may be saying that doesn't sound like, it sounds like a movie about a sandlot. Well, it is. It's a movie about baseball. But during the movie, it's July 4th at a certain point, and it's like this idealistic 1960s Americana suburb, and they're all sitting outside on picnic tables, watching the fireworks go off over their houses, sitting with their neighbors, eating on like picnic benches in some kind of like block party. If I could live that just once a year, that is my Pax Americana. So that is all I want. Oh, no, Ange. Ange, you let me know that you're okay. I'm going to leave the chat open for our Saturday stream. It's going to start after this stream. You let me know in chat that that's okay. Oh, that's excellent. I have won over. Steph, and we are going to be watching the Stanlots. Oh, yes, and of course, if you want to watch the live stream tomorrow, I'm not going to stream it, but you can watch the Boston Pops July 4th spectacular at the Hat Shell over the Charles River down in Boston. All right? That's the good way. That is a good way over that dirty water to watch the fireworks. Now, I'm not going down there. You got to go down there like now and hang out with the Stadies for like 24 hours if you want to see it in person. I'm not doing that, especially because I probably can't smoke there. However, I will watch it on TV because I'm an American. Actually, there's probably fireworks tonight if you're around the Boston area. Would you like to hear, actually, before we go back to Dr. G, we're going to close out. I know we're going to close out with Dr. G. I'm going to tell you, if you're around the Boston area, just tell me your city and I will tell you where fireworks are, okay? So, fireworks near Boston. Fireworks near Boston on July 3rd. All right, ready? So if you want to see fireworks today and you live in the state of Massachusetts, which 40% of you do, you can go to Andover at 9:20. You can go to Attleboro at 9. You can go to Fitchburg at 9:30. You can go to Freetown at 9. You can go to Gloucester at 9:30. You can go to Hadley at 9:15. You can go to Lynn at 9. You can go to Mashpee at 9:15, although I think they had an accident yesterday. Who knows if they're going to be able to do it. Mattapoisett at 9. Needham at 9:30. New Bedford at 9. And then tomorrow, of course, like everything in every town around here will have fireworks. I'm almost like hesitant to bring up the list for tomorrow because there are going to be a lot of them. They have them in different cities and things like that. But anyway, that is the list of fireworks. Towel loves fireworks. Ange, please make sure you let us know that you are safe. I've always wanted to go onto a boat. I did go. Wait a minute. My uncle had a boat one year, and we did go on the Charles River. You didn't have to wait all day if you had a boat. I didn't like being on the boat. I'm not a fan of boats. They're a little bit too... I don't know. Towel likes to be on like solid ground, and I don't like rocking back and forth. It makes me like it's weird. I don't like it, and I'm over water, and who knows what the hell's in that water? And if I fall in the water, is it going to eat me? Don't put me on a boat on them for the most part. I don't do well on boats. But yes, Ange, you make sure you let us know that you're safe, my dear friend. And let's get back to Dr. G's analysis. I went on a bit of a random explication and a tangent there. Not that I'm known for that.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Look at how unbroken his gaze is as he's looking at the judge. Typically, imagine having a conversation with somebody and you just stare at them too long. Eventually, you're going to look away, you're going to look around. It starts to feel uncomfortable. He doesn't seem to have those thoughts and feelings. He just stares, and he is able to not break his stare. It's just really remarkable how intense it is.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
This type of unfeeling coldness, you get this from psychopaths who commit murders like this. You cannot murder 4 people, talk about it, be confronted with it, and be able to stay this calm unless you are able to suppress emotions or don't have emotions that are as intense as most people's, at least not when it comes to remorse and guilt and those sorts of things. Because most people would not be able to tolerate this. So his matter-of-factness about this really does tell us a lot about how he functions.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
That back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing in his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger.
I know I keep repeating this, but if you just...
Wait, when did he buy the knife?
March of 2022.
March.
When the defendant was residing in his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger.
I know I keep repeating this, but if you just look at his intensity, there's a lot of trials that if you watch going over facts or talking about these things, people will look down, they'll look away. He wants to be in it. He wants to get every single detail. And that's not true of everybody.
Moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related.
If you look at everybody around him, like look at the attorney to our left, his right, she'll look up at the attorney speaking and then look down, then look back up again. And that's pretty much the pattern you see with normally functioning people. Brian Kohberger has not moved. He is just listening intensely, taking everything in. He may enjoy it to some extent, hearing about what he's done, hearing people describe it and talk about it openly. There may be some degree, especially now that he's pleading guilty, he may enjoy this to some extent. What we're going to see is his continued stare. So we're going to skip ahead a little bit as they describe the facts of the case. So as I fast forward for just a couple of minutes, I want you to pay attention to the way that Brian Kohberger is sitting versus everybody else around him. Just watch the natural flow of people as I fast forward. So as you can see, he just has the capacity to sit still and not move. So similar to Chad Daybell in a similar situation when we saw him not that long ago, if you watched that.
That the defendant entered.
Oh, so LS, you'll find that they're accredited by AOAC, but the accreditation for those pathogen DX machines, take a look at that AOAC accreditation document. You're going to find it's a little weird, to put it lightly, especially if you know about how AOAC accreditation works and how it's run by volunteers and they lease lab space like from their clients to do the testing. Let's just say that if you run that AOAC accreditation sheet, you're going to find some very interesting results about the validity of microarray hybridization qPCR testing methodologies. And, you know, that's why I think plating is the gold standard. But I'm not a scientist. I'm a towel. You're a Super Towel Drew Drops. And so are you, Steph and Vicky Moore and Bossy Texas Chick. Oh, we're having a Super Towel day.
The residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez. The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed.
So I want you to think about this. Well, I kind of don't want you to think about it, but I'm going to talk about this anyway. He's describing something that Ryan Kohberger is going to be having mental images of. He was there. He saw it. He committed it. He can think about this right now, and you're not seeing a single twitch from him right now. You're not seeing him hang his head down in shame at all. You're seeing nothing. He's just absorbing everything that's being said. And you can even hear the attorney that's reading it. It sounds like his voice is wavering somewhat because it's so horrific to even go through this, particularly if you're really familiar with the evidence, if you've spent months and months going through all of this. And yet for him, the one who committed this act, it's nothing. And I guess that's what you would expect from somebody like him. I'm sure that nobody's surprised by that. But if you think about how inhumane and how unusual this is, how completely and deranged you have to be able to sit and listen to this and remain just staring at the person saying it. I don't think that most people can truly understand or relate to that in any real way.
The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel, still awake at this time, in fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the third floor. It was on the second floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed-blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. Working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there.
Now you're seeing your first real response during this whole read of what happened. You saw him licking the inside of his mouth, and now you're seeing him adjust himself. There's something about the idea that this is part of what identified him that really seems to upset him. That seems to be a very strong reaction. If you can listen to murder being described and not react, but then they're talking about them doing forensic analysis on your trash, and this is how you react, there really is something about that got to him.
From the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Logan's body in the bed. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted, and that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought, Manny Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Knodel. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right.
Just very robotic. You couldn't ask for less emotion from anybody.
Based on the state's proffer, and importantly, based upon defendant's explicit admission to committing these crimes, the court finds there is a factual basis. Therefore, with respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Kohberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree, as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogan, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first degree murder of Xana Knodel, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Right. The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. The court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and that finds the defendant believes the plea to be in his best interest. I find that the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered. I'll continue the matter for sentencing in this case.
All right, we'll go ahead and stop here. It looks like on July 23rd, there's going to be the sentencing. We will certainly be watching that. And I know that this has not been entirely satisfying for all of the families. I know it's re-traumatizing them, that it's heartbreaking to see this and to see that he did not ultimately face a trial, didn't have to face a lot of what he did outside of what we saw today and outside of the prison time he's going to serve. But there's also no chance that he's going to be set free. There's no chance that some insane jury is going to somehow see him as someone who should be free, or that there's some crazy loophole. We're not going to see him walking onto the court steps, waving at people, having people cheer for him. There's no way any of that will happen. He will never have the opportunity to hurt anybody again. The fact that he's done it to so many people already is beyond tragic, but this does ensure that no family will ever have to suffer again like the ones who are currently suffering. And they shouldn't have to, but there is no good solution here. So personally, I think that for the sake of ensuring the safety of the public and ensuring that there is some price to pay for this, that this was probably the best decision that could have been made at this time. If you have any thoughts about this, or if there's anything else you want me to analyze, please let me know in the comments below. Last thing before we get finished up is I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, thanks for watching.
All right, folks, that was a great overview by Dr. G. Thanks very much. Well, we analyzed it, but that was a great overview by Dr. G. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Great, LS. I believe I just got the email. I'm not going to respond to you now, my dear friend, but what I am going to do is I'm going to probably later today respond to you CC to my main inbox, and then that just sorts it easier. So we'll talk more about the testing. But okay, so we got 10 more minutes together, ladies and gentlemen. We're now a few things. One, we're gonna I think there is a Turtle Boy hearing Monday, so we'll cover that. We'll do our regular Monday stream, and then as part of our analysis, who knows what we'll be into by then, we will cover the Turtle Boy hearing that is related to his, of course, open felony cases related to witness intimidation, illegal interception of an oral communication, and otherwise in the context of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, in particular related to named victim Lindsay Catani, and other named victims Chris Albert, Colin Albert, Juliana Nagel, and otherwise. I think Matt and Jen McCabe are also named as victims in those cases, but don't quote me on that. I just know the first four. I think Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe are named, though. And so, ladies and gentlemen, those cases are a big deal, in particular that illegal interception of an oral communication, the allegation that Aidan Kearney on December 23rd, 2023, recorded Lindsay Catani at her apartment while allegedly trying to influence her grand jury testimony about the connections between Karen and Aidan during the fall of 2023, including Aidan relaying to Lindsay in text message that Karen was talking directly to Josh Levy, then U.S. attorney, during that time. So that was interesting. And then of course, there's, if you've been watching the coverage of Kearney's cases, you'll know that Aidan submitted what is alleged to be an edited recording. So there's two versions of the recording of Aidan, one of which does not have Lindsay consenting to the audio recording. The other is like spliced together allegedly and has some version of Lindsay saying like yes, where Aidan edited in himself saying, and you consent to this recording, right? So that could really nail Aidan to the wall, because as you've seen on this channel before, forensic audio analysis can easily determine to a scientific degree of precision whether there were dual channel audios combined together and recompiled to make a single audio file from two different voices and two different sources. They just don't match. You can never do it perfectly. If you split, like, you literally will affect the integrity of the file, and it's like impossible not to hide. Even in like the military, the IDF can't hide it. So Aidan probably won't be able to hide it, which means there's a smoking gun on at least one of the felonies, and who knows where that could go, especially if there's that, as I mentioned, there's this, both recordings have been submitted into evidence, one that's not edited, one that is, and if the edited version is the one that has the consent and the edited version is determined to be false, then you also have like the issue of the attorney who proffered that edited audio into evidence having issues. You have issues with like potential crimes related to manipulating the evidence. Who knows how that will all play out, and who knows who had that original recording, who Aidan sent it to allegedly, who might have edited it, who knew about it before it was edited. A lot of questions in that Aidan Kearney case, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of things to be watching closely. Towel will have coverage for you on Towel News Network of every single hearing. I'm not going to give up the live stream. We are going to actually do the same thing we did with Karen's cases, and we're going to do wall-to-wall coverage of every broadcast of the Aidan Kearney cases directly from Towel Stream. So we will take the pool feed. We will cover every single pretrial hearing, every single hearing. If it goes to trial, I could see Aidan Kearney getting pled out, even though I think the evidence is pretty strong, in my opinion, on some of the charges, especially the illegal interception of an oral communication. But I could see him getting pled out. I think the state wants to charge Karen Reed with who knows what, witness intimidation, conspiracy, jury tampering, God knows at this point. And so if they criminally indict her with Aidan's help, game, set, match. It's going to mean pleading Aidan out, which is weird, but, you know, I don't agree with it personally, but I'm not a prosecutor. I have no role in this, and I have no say in the decision, and I don't want one. I want to commentate on it. Yeah, well, and that's the other thing. We're not going to be watching Alan Jackson during our watch-along, but I heard he's making a short statement on Turtle Boy's channel. So what we'll do is, so you don't have to watch it, we'll commentate on the short statement. So when we won't watch Turtle Boy, but when Alan Jackson goes on, we'll play 10 seconds, commentate on it, play a minute, commentate on it, and that's it. We won't watch anything else from the Turtle Boy program except for Alan Jackson. All right, now, here's what we're going to do. So, it's almost America time. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I have to get, some public domain America video. First of all, is Colleen Henry with us? Colleen Henry, if you are here and you show up in the chat, you know exactly what's coming. However, before we get there, I have to pay does anyone have a patriotic video that is in the public domain? Okay, I'm looking for a patriotic video that is in 20 minutes, he said, LS. All right, so thank you, LS. If you join us for a watch-along Saturday, you just give me a reminder of that. We will tune into the first 20 minutes of Turtle Boy and comment on it while Alan Jackson makes a statement or whatever the hell he's going to do. Probably talk about his new case and how he wears Prada shoes and he's a little marshmallow man. Alan Jackson knows he wants to be interviewed by me, but I also think he knows he cannot match wits with me, and then I would humiliate him by being like, so, in the phenomenology of spirit, I was really thinking about the historical dialectic, and I thought a little bit about how the antithesis and the thesis forming a historical synthesis in the form of the verdict that was rendered was just a microcosm of a perverted Overton window. Do you think public relations has that effect, that pernicious effect on our representative form of democracy and all three constituent organs of our republic, and the way that our system functions, the judicial branch, the executive branch, the legislative branch? Then I think he would say, Grant, that was a lot of words for a single question. And then I'd be like, well, yeah, I was trying to flex on you. And then he'd be like, you're kind of funny. And I'd be like, I know, that's why you're here. I'm hilarious and erudite. It's a position juxtaposition. Oh, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have an America video, and I don't see Colleen Henry, so we're going to hold off. But I'm going to watch the Bossy Texas Chick video right now. All right, ready? It's a video of Bella. We have a few minutes left, and then I'm going to find our America video while the video of Bella is loading. Now, everyone who likes Bella, and Bella's listening right now, ladies and gentlemen, Bella knows she's about to be the star of the show. Bella, this is a place of honor, my dear friend, right before our 4th of July celebration. No, we're not out of time. We are watching Bella, and then we're going to end with an America video and then my normal outro. So, literally, we're going to go a few minutes past 5 o'clock, even though that's against the rules. And at 5 o'clock, you all have to start yelling at me, but we can watch this. Where's Bella?
You want to see the cutest cat in the world sleeping?
Yes.
Right,
yes.
Come with me.
Oh, it's Bella!
Huh? Hey, Bella. So beautiful, Bella. Look at your little beautiful tail. Your little fluffy tail got a little squirrel tail going on there, huh, Bella? And you got a little pink tummy. You got a pink tummy that you let me rub and you never bite me. I never had a cat that lets me rub her belly. But Bella does. Bella does. She loves her tummy rubbed, huh, Bella? She never bites me.
Oh, we
Never. I could pull this hair because she got a lot of
We
toe
love
fur coming out between her toes. She don't bite me. Right, Bella? You don't bite mommy. No, you're a lovely girl. Wake up, Bella. Show everyone how beautiful you are, Bella. I can't really get a good angle on you like that. Bella? Are you sleepy? Wake up, Bella. Bella. Wake up. Stretch those little toes. She's so cute. Okay. Bye, Bella. I love you. Look at those little toe beans. How do you walk away? How do you walk away from the cutest cat in the whole wide world? I don't know. I haven't been able to do it. All right. Bye, Bella. So cute.
Oh, we love
wanna
it.
see the cutest
We
cat
love it.
Sleeping?
We love it, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Bella.
Hold on. We're going to get extra Bella because the sound's
Bella.
still playing even though the video's closed.
Beautiful, Bella. Look at your little beautiful tail.
Can you see
Little
towel?
fluffy tail, got a little curl tail going
Towel
on there,
computer
huh,
is
Bella?
so frustrated.
Hey, you got a little pink tummy.
There we go. It stopped playing the video like 5 seconds ago, but it still wanted to play the audio. We love Bella. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, hello, Christine. It was great to see you, my dear friend. Now, listen, we need an America video, okay? Let me get a public... We're doing our July 4th America video, then I'm doing my closing. Everybody ready? We're going to see each other Saturday for Watch Along Saturday. We're going to do the 20 minutes of the Alan Jackson interview. We are going to... And it's about to be time where I'm going to get yelled at. So, let's see. Public domain... America fireworks video. All right, I'm getting a video. Hold on. All right, here we go. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting us an America video, a video of America. Let's see. Boston fireworks 2002, July 4th. We're going to watch the first one after 9/11. All right, hold on. Let's see. No, let's see. We need something shorter than that. All right, we're going to watch the 2016 Boston fireworks spectacular. Let's see if I can find a coverage of it. Hold on. Let's see. Patriotic video, July 4th, America. I need to watch a video that makes me feel like America. All right, needs to be an overview, and it needs to involve fireworks. All right, here we go. Let's see if this will work for us. I know I'm about to start getting yelled at. I know, but we're doing it, ladies and gentlemen. The Bella video was wonderful. Now I have to find us a patriotic video about America. I'm not making any promises, but I have a plan. No, it's got to be more fireworks related than that. Hold on, little towels. I have a plan. I'm not saying my plan's going to work, but I have a plan, okay? All right, so let me see. Hold on, I'm going to go to Grok for this. I'm going to ask Grok. And I think Grok will be able to help us, ladies and gentlemen. It's a smart bot. And I'm going to say, can you find me a patriotic video about the 4th of July to play? That involves fireworks, ideally. All right, come on now. Come on. You can do it. We're ready. Oh, that was Bossy Texas Chicken, our Super Bella cat video. All right, hold on. I see some of your comments in chat with videos. I'm going to try to get the links. Oh, we love it, Bossy Texas Chick. 2 drops. Happy 4th of July. All right, so we have one from LS and one from Eva Towel. Hold on. All right, and then let's grab the one from Eva Towel, and then, all right, so here we go. We're going to make everyone feel accepted. We're going to watch both. So 2 4th of July videos coming up, first from LS and then from Eva Towel. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to load them up now. Towel Computer may be frustrated, but you know what? We're going to do a Towel Computer for the people, for America. We love America. We're going to watch this first video. This is from LS. The second video is going to be from Eva Towel. We're only a few minutes over, ladies and gentlemen, so don't get too frustrated with Towel. I said I would stop at 5 and that I was to be yelled at, but we're going to make it. We're going to load up this video right now. The first one coming in from the Super Towel LS. And then the second one is from Super Towel Eva. And then if you want Towel Mom to join the program, let's petition her on Twitter. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so the video's loading up. This is, we are so excited, ladies and gentlemen. Just give it a little bit of time. Give it a little bit of towel time to load up. It should be kicking into gear. It's getting hot here. It's 84 degrees, ladies and gentlemen. We can't expect too much from Towel Computer. He can do it, though. I know he can do it. Yes, bossy Texas chick. We'll be sending rain dances down to you, my dear friend. You can rely on us for that. And I'm working on getting it going. I'm working. Oh, there we go, little towels. Hold on, little towels. We're fighting hard. We're going to make it work. We're going to make it work. I'm not going to give up. There we go. It's loading, little towels. Our America video. We will not be denied our America video. Here we go. We're going to watch the July 2016 fireworks from Boston, and then we'll watch one more video from Eva Towel, and then that will be our celebration. All right, it's about to start. We love America. Towel loves America. We may have to mute the audio. Oh, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We love America. Towel loves America. LS loves America. Eva Towel loves America. And we are watching an American fireworks show from 2016 over the glorious city of Boston. The heart of America, ladies and gentlemen, in so many ways. The historic center of a beautiful nation, sprung forth onto the world and destined to leave a constitutional legacy that is heralded still to this day. Yes, may the 4th be with us all, even from the Canadian towels, ladies and gentlemen, the British towels, the German towels, the Latin American towels, the South American towels, the Central American towels, the European towels, the Australian towels, the New Zealand towels, the Asian the Asian continent, the European continent, the penguins in Antarctica, ladies and gentlemen. They look at fireworks like that and they say that is the city of Boston. That is where Towel lives. Towel loves America. And yes, my dear Towel friends, as we watch the fireworks, we know what America is all about. Oh, God bless so many of you for staying with me as we watch these fireworks. And as we get done with this video, now it's time for the video from the Super Towel themselves, Eva Towel. And anytime Eva Towel sends something, well, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch it. So we're going to have it load up now. We'll see if it's the same exact clip. How funny would that be? I don't think it is. But we are nonetheless going to allow it to load up, little towels. Towel Computer is like, please no more. I have done so much. I know, little towel. I know, Towel Computer. We're going to do it. You're almost done, my dear friend. You can do it. It would be funny, though, if after that it ended up being the same video. I would find that kind of funny. Let's see. What video is this going to end up being? We do love America. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, we can actually watch this one with sound because it's a news clip. Here we go. We're going to watch it, ladies and gentlemen. America. Towel loves America. All right, now hold on. Thank you, Super Towel Eva, for getting this for us. Let me get rid of that one. All right, there we go. Thank you, Super Towel Eva. Thank you, Super Towel LS. This, before we do our goodbye, will be our video.
Picture fireworks, right? Well, this year in Hingham, they're ushering in a brand new era, swapping out fireworks for a drone show on Bathing Beach. That's where we sent NBC 10's Mary Marcos to learn more about this year's dazzling display.
The familiar crackle of July 4th fireworks is fading in Hingham.
To move to a more environmentally responsible event, we are moving to drones.
The South Shore town is lighting up the sky with an elaborate drone show for the very first time.
The drone show is a little more expensive than fireworks.
The $75,000 event is being covered by major donors like the Riley family to honor the late Mike Riley.
We grew up in this town and always loved coming to watch the fireworks as a family, and we went to the town to ask if we could bring the fireworks back in any way.
Hingham is joining a growing trend of replacing traditional fireworks with drones like this. Except there are 300 of them, all taking off at the same time off the sand at the push of a button.
We have seen an increased interest in us being a replacement for fireworks.
Drone company Hire UAV Pro puts on 15-minute performances for the likes of the MLB and the NFL.
You're usually not going to ever see a formation that we've flown before. Every show is custom designed for all of our customers.
Their environmentally friendly show means less air and noise pollution for nearby nesting birds, which are federally protected.
There are oyster catchers that are now residing in the island right behind us. They came in during COVID and they haven't left.
But you'll have to get a good seat.
A drone show is basically like having a television screen up in the sky. So imagine you're sitting in front of the screen and it's beautiful and it's bright, but if you're at the edges of it, you can't see it.
Festivities start at 6 o'clock Wednesday night right here on Bathing Beach. Reporting in Hingham, Mary Marcos, NBC 10 Boston.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you are near Hingham, you are going to want to check that out, Little Towels. We'll roll this footage as Towel does his outro. So hold on, let me mute it. Ladies and gentlemen, as I play footage of fireworks exploding around me. Oh, this is the perfect way to end it. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever seen something so wonderful? As fireworks explode in the background next to me, Towel loves America. From the oceans to the prairies, ladies and gentlemen, for the nation that I love so dearly, it's my honor to be with you. It has been a tough few months. Let's have a little heart-to-heart. It's been a tough few months. It's been a lot. All of us have been collectively through a lot. And even if you're not American, I hope that you can find some solace in the collective unity and love of country that you will see on display over the next few days. It's a special thing, Little Towels. It is a special, special thing to be in the United States, to be privy to watch the patriotism, the compassion, the unity, the love for each other, the love for the principles and constitutional traditions which this country so beautifully embodies. I love the United States with all my heart, not in an ambiguous, ethereal way, but in a concrete, beautifully resonant, principled manner. Its constitutional traditions, its rich ability to learn from its own history and evolve, its bifurcated processes of lawmaking, ladies and gentlemen, normal lawmaking, constitutional lawmaking, its systems of representative democracy, its local community culture, people like Peony and Rose. God bless you, my dear friend, and God bless the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, it's more than just the principles. It's the people who made them a reality. You, some of you out there, even our allies and friends, you have made this country what it is. But the people who live in the United States, the bonds of community, the familial structure that structures that just will not go away, the enduring legacy of helping the most vulnerable, the downtrodden, even at the expense of ourselves. Maybe that's not what our political leaders want. Maybe that's not what our generals want. But the rank and file, the day-to-day people in the United States, good, honest, God-fearing, salt-of-the-earth people have made this one of the greatest countries in the world. And I am going to go outside after we are done, and this towel soliloquy has thus been delivered, and I am going to pretend like I am in the Sandlot, and I am going to relish in the fact that I live in one of the greatest countries to have ever graced God's green earth. And if you can't feel pride in that, ladies and gentlemen, Well, I don't know what to tell you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It has been a pleasure to be with you all today. It will be an honor for me to take some time off tomorrow and respect and celebrate the country that I love so dearly. And yes, there is no more perfect imagery than the fireworks continuing to go off next to Towel for this crescendoed soliloquy. That's a nice word. It's more of a diatribe. But I love America, and I won't apologize for it. So that said, ladies and gentlemen, here's what we're going to do. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you enjoyed this stream today, there's a few ways you can support Towel Channel. You can like, you can subscribe. Come back and see us on Saturday afternoon. You're going to see the stream go up just in a few minutes here. Come back and hang out with us for a watch party stream. We're not going to necessarily, I'll answer your questions. We'll do a Q&A. I'll try to catch you up on anything that you may have missed with the cases that we've been covering. But let's take some downtime. Let's do a watch along. I don't know if it's going to be Matlock or Faulty Towers or the BBC's rendition of Sherlock Holmes, but whatever it may be, we're going to do it together. Our Way Man, I really like your name and I like your sentiment, so welcome to the honorary Towel Fold. But yes, whether you like, subscribe to Towel Channel, whether you just comment and engage with your friends or your Towel friends here, that means so much to me. The second thing we're going to do is, you know that I like to do this as well. So, Ange, Dewdrops, Our Way Man, Steph, my dear friend, Vicky Moore, Nancy from the 508, oh, God bless you. Peony and Rose, you're a super towel in every sense of the word. I'm so glad that you are in Towel's life. You are wonderful. Dewdrops coming in at number 1 with the crown, ladies and gentlemen. Vicky Moore is up there as well, though. And Peony and Rose at number 2. Jack D 65 was up there, too. Hello, got a secret and you can keep it. I love the American hearts. You're a super towel. Christine, it was great to see you, my dear friend. Thank you so much for being with us. Selma, you are a super towel. LS, I know you're out there. Filthy rat bastard, you both are super towels. Oh, I see you in there, LS. Thank you, bossy Texas chick. Happy 4th, and you have a great day. LS, Dewdrops, Eva Towel, it was great to see you, my dear friend. And now Peony and Rose, happy 4th of July. Thank you for the joy you bring us. Thank you for the joy you bring me by being in my life. And I'm sure so many of your Towel friends share those sentiments. God bless you, dear Peony and Rose. Bossy Texas chick, I really appreciate your happy 4th of July sentiments. You and Bella are loved. Jack D65, Grant is the best. You are the best, Jack D65. God bless you, my dear friend. We have so many queens in this chat, Vicky Moore. I can't even, they all have to be given the crown of some kind. We have to create towel crowns for all of the chat. We have towel superstars in every sense of the word, and the amount of compassion and friendship on display here. I don't say it gratuitously. I have to find English words because that's the best way I know how to express myself to talk about it, but it's a sentiment. It's something that it's bonds of community that go beyond just individual interactions. It's a very precious thing. It invigorates Towel, it touches Towel's soul, and it truly does mean a lot to me. And that's why I like to close the same way every time. So if you learned something today, if you made friends here, if you felt inspired, if you felt in the more darker moments that you were able to express yourself with your friends, and talk it through. That is what this stream is all about, and there's a way you can pay it forward. Did you know you can donate to homeless veterans? You can, especially on a weekend like today. There should not be a single veteran in the United States or anywhere in the world, frankly, but in particular, I care about veterans in the United States because I'm in the United States, and that's who I can help directly. There should not be a single veteran in the United States that is homeless against their will. It's one thing if they want to choose it. If they want to live in the woods, more power to them. I say, you go live off-grid, do what you want to do, that's a home. But there should not be a single veteran in the United States who is homeless against their will. And so long as there is one, we have failed as a society. So you can do your part, ladies and gentlemen, rooted in unconditional love and small acts of service, and you can find a veterans organization to donate to this weekend, on all weekends in particular. You can donate to animal shelters run by veterans. That's a good way to help veterans get support services and get them helping animals. Animals, veterans. I don't think anyone dislikes animals and veterans. There you go. You can donate to animal shelters in general. Maybe it's hard to find one that's run by veterans. Maybe we need more animal shelters run by veterans. Has anyone ever thought about that? All right. Well, I'm not saying we should force them to, but maybe veterans really like caring for animals. Anyway, if you don't want to donate to animal shelters, although you really should, there are other ways that you can express those small acts of service. You can say hi to someone or smile to them on the street. You can reach out to a friend you haven't talked to in a while. Call a family member you haven't seen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you could even donate 200 tomato plants and have them designated honorary towels like Francis Futrell did one time. Yes, I believe that through those small acts of service and kindness rippling outwards throughout the world, ladies and gentlemen, we can bring about a new political dynamic, not rooted in preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, but instead rooted in preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love for each other. And in that way, we will enter a new digital epoch, defined by Aquarius the water bearer carrying a towel, standing tall, and proclaiming unconditional love and small acts of service as the central ethos or zeitgeist of the modern emergent historical dialectic. I know it is possible. God bless you, Ange. Amen indeed. God bless you, Vicky Moore. I'll never leave my cigar unattended. God bless you, Jew Drops and Kiki and Riri. You have a special Super Towel Mom, and don't you ever forget it. You go right over there. You give her fluffy Super Towel Mom hugs. She's a Super Towelette. Now, I will say, ladies and gentlemen, on Twitter, as you see the fireworks continue to go off, this is how we should end every stream. Me just pontificating about small acts of service, unconditional love, and my love for America while fireworks go off next to me. I've never felt more invigorated in my entire life. This Kath Dawn, I'm so glad we got to spend time with you. I hope you got your coffee today, my dear friend. I was thinking about you today in your bus ride home. I was so glad we got to spend time with you yesterday. God bless the USA. Steph, absolutely. I know, Steph, I have to go so we can, Steph, you just want to watch The Sandlot when I get back from my adventure to get snacks. I'm down with it. You don't understand. But Towel Friends on the X, you know that you get a few minutes in the beginning, so I'm going to end a little bit early with you and go talk to the Towel Friends on the YouTube. If you want to come back with us, join Saturday. I think we'll start, because I want Jew Drops and Kiki and Riri to be able to join us. So those fireworks are astounding. Look at the magnificence of it. Oh, look at them. They're just exploding everywhere. I could go hang out and just watch those. Look at them. They're just glorious. But yes, if you want to join us, oh my God. I love it. I shouldn't keep looking at this. I'm just going to keep going like this. Ladies and gentlemen, that's amazing. The National Park Service in Boston Harbor lets you get cool boat rides. Definitely check it out, folks. You're counting on me to yell at you to get out of here 5. I know I'm going to do it. Towel Friends on the X. Come back with us if you want to for Watch Party Saturday. We'll be watching some interesting shows. I'll do some recaps. Be well, be safe. If you're an American towel, or if you love America, or if you're an ally of America, have a great time this weekend. Greatest country in the world because of us. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. It's your individual small actions, your community groups, your spending time with each other that makes this country what it is. So don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Go out and embrace that to the fullest and be safe while doing so. And God bless you for watching today. It really means a lot to me. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to go talk to the Towel Friends on the YouTube. You have a great 4th out there, America, on the X. It was great to spend time with you today, and we will be back together Saturday afternoon. All right, Towel Friends on the YouTube. The X is done. This was great. This is wonderful. Steph kept me basically on time. We knew there was me going only over 22 minutes is an accomplishment. These streams don't normally go for 12 hours. This was actually a half day for me. But I want to take a moment, as I always do, to just tell you it's not gratuitous. It means a lot to me that you're in my life, that you're in each other's lives. I read every single comment when I can. I try to memorize things about you. I know you all as people. It's the most unique community I've ever seen on this platform. I I'm thriving emotionally because I have so much connection to you all. I see some of you meeting friends here, talking, developing routines. It's wonderful. It inspires me. It makes me feel good about my country, about the world, about the people around me. And I'm looking forward to spending this July 4th in a state of mind that I haven't had for a while. And you should know it's because of you. You matter because you are special. You're appreciated here by me and so many others. And it means a lot. It really does. So God bless you. All right, I'm getting yelled at by multiple people now. We'll see each other Saturday afternoon, sometime afternoon, 1 p.m., etc. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. God bless you. Go celebrate America. Go celebrate in the spirit of American allyship, whatever it may be. God bless you, friends. Be safe. Be well. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Towel loves you, and I appreciate every single one.